Jahar prasare bhai hem bhava choriya jai. Jahar prasare bhai hem bhava choriya jai. Krishna prapti hoy jai, hoy Krishna prapti hoy jai, hoy Gurumukha Padma Vakya Chitte Koriyaya. One more time. Gurumukha Padma Vakya Chitte Koriyaya. Ana koriyo mane asha. Ana koriyo mane asha. Charane rati ese utamagati. Guru charane rati ese utamagati. Jai prasare pure sarva asha. Jai prasare pure sarva asha. Sakadana dillo ye janme janme Prabhu se. Sakundan dillo ye janme janme Prabhu se. Vivyeganinde prakashito. Vivyeganinde prakashito. Prema bhaktiya hote avidya nashehate. Prema bhaktiya hote avidya nashehate. Amvere gaya haracharito. Amvere gaya haracharito. Guru Karuna Sindhu Adhama Janara Bandhu. Guru Karuna Sindhu Adhama Janara Bandhu. Guru Karuna Sindhu Adhama Janara Bandhu. Adi Guru Garuna Sindhu Adhama Janara Bandhu Lokana Lokera Jivana Lokana Lokera Jivana Srila Prabhupada Lokera Jivana Aha Prabhu Guru Jaya Deo More Parachaya Ah, Prabhu Kondo Deho More Parachaya Ah, Prabhu Koro Doya Deho More Parachaya Ah, Prabhu Koro Doya Deho More Parachaya Ebbe Yastungu Sukhe Govana Ebbe Yastungu Sukhe Govana Prabhupada Patita Pavana Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Namo Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prestaya Bhutale. Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Satyachari Chatarine Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Go Premanande, Hare Jai Mr. Prabhupada Mahamsa Pradikacharya Ashtavacharya Shri Srimad His Divine Grace Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada Ki Jai ISKCON BBT Founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Pradikacharya Ashtavacharya Shri Srimad His Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Ki Jai Ananta Koti Vaishnavana Ki Jai Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai Prem Chakaho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sri Vasadi Gaur Bhaktavrinda Ki Jai Sri Sri Radha Krishna Gopinath Shyamakund Vadakund Giri Govardhan Ki Jai Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai Navadvip Mayapur Dham ki jai, Jagannath Puri Dham ki jai, Jagannath Swami ki jai, Ganga Mehi ki jai, Yamuna Mehi ki jai, Tulsi Devi ki jai, Bhakti Devi ki jai, Sri Harinam Sankirtan ki jai, Transcendental Book Distribution ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Srila Prabhupada's glorious Vyasa Puja celebration ki jai, the Samaveta Bhaktivinoda ki jai. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Guru and Gauranga. The lotus feet of our spiritual master are the only way by which we can attain pure devotional service. I bow down to his lotus feet with great awe and reverence. By his grace one can cross the ocean of material suffering and attain the mercy of Krishna. May my only wish be to have my consciousness purified by the words emanating from his lotus mouth. Attachment to his lotus feet is the perfection that fulfills all desires. He opens my darkened eyes and fills my heart with transcendental knowledge. He is my Lord, birth after birth. From him ecstatic prema emanates. By him ignorance is destroyed. The Vedic scriptures sing of his character. Our spiritual master is the ocean of mercy, the friend of the poor and the Lord and Master of the devotees. O Master, be merciful unto us. Give us the shade of your lotus feet. Your fame is spread all over the three worlds. We take shelter of your lotus feet. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So, we're going to start reading some offerings now. And that's going to go on longer than it usually does. Because usually people start gathering and there's not enough time for everyone to read. So we're going to go to maybe 11:30. And if you want me to read it, I still can. Do it later, yeah. We're going to read Bandra and Ryan Maharaj's first, and then a few more. No, Pushpanjali is at 10 to 12. Yes, 10 to 12. Okay. Yeah. So. Krishna. Okay. Hare Krishna. So, we're going to start. Okay. So I'm assuming Bhajanarayan Swami will come, so I'm not going to read his offering. And I'm not going to read my offering, but this is the one and only book that's been printed. The others, you can get them on demand if you call the BBT. Yeah, you can still get them if you want a book, hardback book. So we'll begin reading some of these leading offerings. So let's see. I'll read this first offering. It'll be Giriraj Swami. That's on page 46. Okay. My dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble, prostrated obeisances at your all-merciful lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace. When an interviewer once asked you, "What is the goal of life?" you replied, "The goal of life is to enjoy." Close quote. The effort to enjoy materially through the mind and senses leads only to frustration and misery. But spiritually, one can enjoy in relation to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And that pleasure, unlike the temporary so-called happiness of the material world, is eternal. And that eternal happiness can be realized through the mercy of Sri Nityananda Prabhu and you. Nitya means eternal, and Ananda means bliss. So if we can come in touch with Lord Nityananda through you, we can realize that eternal bliss for which we are hankering. Bhakta Saul, can you close this door and also the kitchen door? Make sure they're both closed so that, because there's a lot of activity going on in there. Thank you, Prabhu. How do we become eligible for your and Lord Nityananda's mercy? We can learn how from the description of his qualities and pastimes in Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adi Lila, chapter 17, the pastimes of Lord Chaitanya in his youth. Text 17. Tabe Shachi Dekila Rama Krishna Dvi Bhai, Tabe Nistarila Prabhu Jagai Madhai. Translation. Thereafter, Mother Shachi Devi saw the brothers Krishna and Balaram in their manifestation of Lord Chaitanya and Nityananda. Then the Lord delivered the two brothers, Jagai and Madhai. In your purport, you write, Jagai and Madhai were two brothers born in Navadvip in a respectable Brahmin family, who later became addicted to all kinds of sinful activities. By the order of Lord Chaitanya, both Nityananda Prabhu and Haridas Thakur used to preach the cult of Krishna consciousness door to door. In the course of such preaching, they found Jagai and Madhai, two maddened, drunken brothers, who, upon seeing them, began to chase them. The next day, Madhai struck Nityananda Prabhu on the head with a piece of earthen pot, thus drawing blood. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu heard of this, he immediately came to the spot, ready to punish both brothers. But when the all-merciful Lord Gauranga saw Jagai's repentant behavior, he immediately embraced him. By seeing the Supreme Personality of Godhead face to face and embracing Him, both the sinful brothers were at once cleansed. Thus they received initiation into the chanting of the Hare Krishna Mantra from the Lord and were delivered. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ordered Nityananda Prabhu and Haridas Thakur to go into Navadvip to approach whomever they met on the way and to go door to door and request people to chant the name of Krishna, to worship Krishna, to follow Krishna's instructions. Bolo Krishna, Bhajo Krishna, Koro Krishna, Shika. And not to distinguish between who was qualified and who was not. And you, Srila Prabhupada, preached in that mood. Govardhan, can you see if the water, make sure the water is available? Thank you. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was ready to kill Jagai and Madhai because the latter had physically injured Nityananda, the all-merciful Nityananda Prabhu said, "No, Lord, don't do that. Don't harm them. In Kali Yuga, our mission is not to kill the demons, but to deliver them. And in Kali Yuga, almost everyone is like Jagai and Madhai." Close quote. In a conversation on June 11th, 1975 in Honolulu, you said, "This is a good certificate we have got from some very authoritative person, that we are turning these drug-addicted hippies into servants of Krishna and humanity. Is it not a good certificate?" "Yes, it's true. We were all hippies," Govinda Dasi responded. And you replied, chuckling, "This is the fact. And I came to America for this purpose. Papi tapi jata chilo hadi name udadilo tara sakshi jagai madhai." Hare Name Udarilo, simply by chanting Hare Krishna Mantra, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu delivered all sinful men, suffering humanity. Is it true? What is the evidence? Tar Sakshi Jagai Madhai. Just see, Jagai and Madhai were drunkard. So I thought, why one Jagai Madhai? Why not hundreds and thousands of them? If Harinam has got so much power. So actually it has done so. Now you also take it very seriously. Papi tapi jatachilo hadiname udarilo. Papi means sinful, and tapi means suffering. So these two classes of men are there all over the world, sinful and suffering. As soon as one becomes sinful, he will suffer. So all these sinful and suffering beings were delivered simply by the method of Sankirtan. Hariname udarilo. Tara sakshi jagai madhai. People would actually see Jagai and Madhai, what they were and what they have become. Try to administer this. In your purport to Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya 1665, you write, Jagai and Madhai were delivered solely by Nityananda Prabhu's mercy. When they injured Nityananda Prabhu, Lord Chaitanya became angry and decided to kill them with his Sudarshan Chakra. But Nityananda Prabhu saved them from the Lord's wrath and delivered them. In the incarnation of Gauranga, the Lord is not supposed to kill demons, but is supposed to deliver them by preaching Krishna consciousness. In the case of Jagai and Madhai, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was so angry that he would have immediately killed them, but Nityananda Prabhu was so kind that he not only saved them both from death, but he elevated them to the transcendental position. Thus, what was not possible for Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was carried out by Nityananda Prabhu. Similarly, if one is true to Gauranga service in the disciplic succession, he can even excel Nityananda Prabhu's service. This is the process of disciplic succession. Nityananda Prabhu delivered Jagai and Madhai, but a servant of Nityananda Prabhu, by his grace, can deliver many thousands of Jagais and Madhais. That is the special benediction of the disciplic succession. One who is situated in the disciplic succession can be understood by the result of his activities. This is always true as far as the activities of the Lord and his devotees are concerned. Therefore, Lord Shiva says, Aradhananam sarvesham Vishnu aradhanam padam tasmat padataram devi tadiyanam samarchanam. Of all types of worship, worship of Lord Vishnu is best. But better than the worship of Lord Vishnu is the worship of his devotee, the Vaishnav. This is from the Padma Purana. By the grace of Vishnu, Srila Prabhupada is still speaking here. By the grace of Vishnu, a Vaishnav can render better service than Vishnu. That is the special prerogative of a Vaishnava. The Lord actually wants to see his servants. He wants to see his servants work more gloriously than himself. If we simply follow Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's instructions and follow in the footsteps of Sri Nityananda Prabhu, this Krishna consciousness movement can advance, and even more difficult tasks can be performed by the preachers remaining faithful to the service of the Lord. And that's the end of the quote by Srila Prabhupada. Giriraj Swami continues, "You took up the same mood of approaching anyone and everyone, pious or sinful, qualified or unqualified, without discrimination. As Nityananda Prabhu said, in Kali Yuga, practically everyone is like Jagai and Madhai. That may be more apparent in America and Europe than in India, though I did hear a talk in which you were discussing how demonic Western civilization is and how the leaders, and pretty much everyone, are demons. But then you added, actually, in my country also, 80% are demons." Unquote. But still, what you encountered in 1965 when you came to America was something that people now, especially people in India, can hardly imagine. Krishna Chandra Prabhu, Rishikesh Mafatlal, from Mumbai, used to say that people cannot imagine who you encountered when you went to America. He recommended that everyone see the DVDs of you when you came to America, first at 26 2nd Avenue in New York, then at Golden Gate Park in San Francisco. People can't believe, can't imagine the type of people you were approaching. And they didn't always receive you well. To get some idea of what you experienced, everyone should read Srila Prabhupada Leelamrita and watch the DVD series Following Srila Prabhupada, which is on YouTube, by the way, now. The whole thing. One of the most dramatic incidents occurred in the summer of 1966, when you were living in a loft in New York's Bowery, which was the most degraded part of the city. It's Skid Row, and was inhabited mostly by drunkards. But even they had a little respect. They would be sprawled out on the sidewalk and on the stairs leading up to your apartment. But somehow, they sensed that you were a saintly person, and so they would try to move over and make room for you to pass. You were staying with a young man who seemed interested in Krishna consciousness. In fact, you thought, I'll train him as a Vaishnava. But one day the young man went crazy, probably from taking LSD, the 1960s equivalent to the strong liquor Jagai and Madhai was taking 500 years ago. In his crazed state, he threatened to attack you. Indeed, he seemed ready to kill you, just as Madhai was ready to kill Nityananda Prabhu. You bolted out of the room and ran down the stairs, much as Haridas Thakur and Nityananda Prabhu had fled from Jagai and Madhai. It's quite a history. In fact, how you endured so much hardship for the sake of delivering the mercy of Gauranga is inconceivable. On the boat to America, you had suffered 2 heart attacks, and even in America, you had a lot of physical problems. But you endured everything, all these attacks of Maya, for the sake of, this is a quote, quoting from Prabhupada, all these, quote, attacks of Maya, for the sake of delivering Gauranga mercy to us. And what Nityananda Prabhu wanted in India has been fulfilled by you outside India. What Nityananda Prabhu wanted was fulfilled in Bengal, but through you, it's been fulfilled throughout the world. So you are really the embodiment of the mercy of Nityananda Prabhu. There had not been anyone in the history of our Sampradaya, no one after Nityananda Prabhu, who had taken up that mood of approaching anyone and everyone without discrimination, without considering who was qualified and who was not. Time out. Uh-oh, I didn't bring my other bag. I hope this isn't on. No cooling. We don't need it. Turn it off. Okay. Okay. So, who can help him? You know how to do it, Govardhan? Turn it off. It's not so easy. So, let's see where we were. Okay, what Nityananda Prabhu wanted was fulfilled in Bengal, but through you it's been fulfilled throughout the world. So you are really the embodiment of the mercy of Nityananda Prabhu. There had not been anyone in the history of our Sampradaya, no one other than Nityananda Prabhu, who had taken up that mood of approaching anyone and everyone without discrimination, without considering who is qualified and who is not. And you gave that same message. Chant Krishna's name, worship Krishna, accept Krishna as your life and soul. But not in so many words, because the people that you were approaching didn't even know who Krishna was. When Nityananda approached people in Navadvip and told them, chant Krishna's name, worship Krishna, follow Krishna's instructions, they knew who Krishna was. They knew what Nityananda was saying. But in America and Europe, nobody knew who Krishna was. So chant Krishna's name, worship Krishna, had to be explained in books. And thus you wrote so many books to explain who is Krishna, what is Krishna's name, how to chant Krishna's name, how to worship Krishna, why we should accept Krishna as our life and soul, why we should surrender to Krishna. The same message that Lord Chaitanya asked Nityananda Prabhu to deliver to everyone, but in an expanded form, became because the people you were approaching had no idea of Krishna's identity or instructions. When we go out with your books, it is like when Mahaprabhu sent Nityananda and Haridas to approach people with that message. Sometimes devotees are not well received, but even Nityananda and Haridas were not always well received. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would have nocturnal kirtans in Srivas Thakur's house, and if anyone was proud, he was not allowed to enter. Only humble, pure devotees were allowed. So all the proud people in Navadvip were upset that they weren't allowed to join the kirtan. And when Nityananda and Haridas came to their doors, they were angry with them. Oh, you've come from that Nimai Pandit and Srivas Thakur? And they spread rumors about Nityananda and Haridas. They're thieves. They come to your door and say to chant Krishna's name and worship Krishna. But really what they're doing is looking into your house to see what you have so that they can come back at night and steal it. Close quote. They were spreading a lot of false propaganda. So we have to accept that. Expect it and accept it without being deterred. It didn't stop Nityananda Prabhu and Haridas, and it didn't stop you, and it shouldn't stop any of us. ISKCON is the continuation of Nityananda Prabhu's mission, and you really had his magnanimous mood. When one of your early disciples came to India and the Calcutta temple president phoned you in Bombay to tell you that the devotee was smoking ganja, that's marijuana, and asked what to do, you told your secretary to relay your response. Tell him that if he doesn't stop smoking ganja, I will reject him. Afterwards, Tamal Krishna Goswami asked you, is it true that if he doesn't stop smoking ganja, you will reject him? And you said, no, I cannot reject anyone. Tamal Krishna Goswami asked, but don't you have to draw the line somewhere? And you replied, the mercy of Lord Nityananda is unlimited. So that was your mood. You were in the mood of Nityananda Prabhu. We are the recipients of Gaurangata's mercy through you. By your mercy, we are chanting Krishna's name, worshipping Krishna, and following Krishna's instructions, accepting Krishna as the goal of our lives. And it is also by your mercy and order that we preach the same message to others. We can speak to our capacity, and whatever our capacity to speak may or not be, we can give people your books which convey the same message of Mahaprabhu. We just elaborate on it and present it in a way that people without any background in Vedic knowledge can understand. So, on this most sacred and blessed occasion, we pray to you to inspire and empower us with your mood of humble persuasion. I saw that mood in you. You often instructed us, but I saw it personally. When we first came to Bombay, there was a program on the terrace of the house where we were staying, Seksharya Bhavan, on Marine Drive. It was very nice, very glamorous, near the sea, and our host, Kailash Seksharya, had invited all the elite, affluent, aristocratic people he knew in Bombay. And you, with the same humility as Nityananda Prabhu, implored them, I am taking the straw in my mouth and begging you, please chant Hare Krishna. You often quoted a verse by Prabodhananda Saraswati about how we should approach people. The verse is, Dante nidaya trinakam padayo nipatya. Taking a straw in my mouth, a sign of utter humility, I bow at your feet. Quit vacha kakushatam eta daham bravimi. And I flatter you 100 times. Hey Sadhava, O greatly learned man, sakalameva vihaya durad. Whatever you have learned, you keep it far away from you. And Gauranga chanda chadane kurutang ragam. Just accept the mercy of Lord Gauranga. Just surrender to Lord Gauranga. Become attached to Lord Gauranga's lotus feet. You approach people in that mood. One of my favorite statements of yours is, to approach Radha and Krishna, you need the mercy of Lord Chaitanya. To get the mercy of Lord Chaitanya, you need the mercy of Lord Nityananda. And to get the mercy of Lord Nityananda, you have to approach people like Jagai and Madhai. Close quote. If we ever feel, oh, I'm too high, I'm too holy, I can't approach these people, we should think of that instruction and your example and really pray, beg to be humble instruments of your love and mercy and compassion. As your Guru Maharaj told you, that will be good for you and good for the people who hear you. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for all you have done for us, for the world. Kindly engage me as your servant's servant's servant. Your eternal grateful servant, Giriraj Swami. Beautiful offering. Hare Krishna. Next we hear from Radhanath Swami. Let's see. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my sincerest obeisances. I pray to forever offer my body, mind, and soul in your service. As I reflect upon my life over the past 51 years since I first met you, my heart fills with gratitude and joy. Through both the pleasant and the stormy times, your teachings and example have remained a constant shelter. Bitter conflicts, heartbreaking disappointments, and ideological disputes are everywhere in the world. Dreadful diseases, mental anguish, and natural disasters are filling people's lives with uncertainty. The influence of Kali Yuga seems to leave no stone unturned, even within a society of devotees. In this turbulent sea of material perplexities, your words and example give us shelter and provide a perfect compass to lead us always toward Krishna, the absolute truth and the goal of life. As the years pass, the limitations of old age and the nearness of death are right before our eyes. The increasing occurrences of our most beloved Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis disappearing from the physical world are now inseparable from the experience of living. Yet you have given us the gift of Krishna consciousness, wherein we can know that Krishna's ever-loving hand is reaching out to us in all situations. We need only to recognize His mercy and surrender to receiving it. As we grow on the path of bhakti, we are gaining deeper realizations of the glorious place that you are taking us. You have entrusted to us the eternal message that the happiness of hearing and chanting Krishna's names and glories while engaging in devotional service with sincere devotees is the highest reality. The rules and regulations that you mercifully gave are to protect us from the implications and distractions that draw our minds away from the joys of devotional service. You have given us a day-to-day way of living wherein our immortal souls may pass through this mortal world on a journey into Krishna's pure loving service. I am forever grateful. This year, 2022, we celebrate the 100th anniversary of a historic moment that would forever change the world. In 1922, in Kolkata, you first met His Divine Grace Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada at his residence on a rooftop at the first Gaudiya Math on Ultadanga Junction Road. 1 century ago, at this meeting, you were given the instruction to take the teachings of Lord Chaitanya to the whole world in the English language. You accepted this order as your life and soul. Years later, while residing in Vrindavan in a small rented room, you prepared for your mission by beginning your English translations and purports to the Srimad Bhagavatam. This was a humble beginning for your legacy of circulating the most Vedic literatures in history. Here in Vrindavan, you daily prayed at the samadhi of Srila Rupa Goswami for his blessings to fulfill the impossible order that you had been given. The miracle of your dedication, sacrifice, and compassion has fulfilled a prophecy that has been cultivated through the ages by the greatest of Vaishnava acharyas. You have fulfilled a dream cherished by all of the acharyas of our parampara. This year, for your pleasure, Srila Prabhupada, this original temple at Ultadanga in Kolkata, where you first met with your Guru Maharaj and received his order, has been procured and renovated. It was inaugurated on the Vyasa Puja day of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur by the devotees of ISKCON, Kolkata. The building has been restored, as far as possible, to its original design, materials, and atmosphere. We are hoping that it will be an intimate place of pilgrimage for all of your followers to come and meditate upon your divine grace. It is our hope that this sacred place may also help unite the greater Vaishnava community. Srila Prabhupada, in the past year, ISKCON Kolkata has inaugurated a memorial and pilgrimage site at the exact place you took birth in 1896 under the historic jackfruit tree. We will be striving in the days to come to develop this memorial in a way that devotees and sincere people of all backgrounds throughout the world will come to celebrate your glorious appearance and your pastimes of pure devotion and compassion. In this way, Kolkata will truly become, quote, a gateway to Mayapur and to the temple of the Vedic planetarium, according to your desire. I pray for the sincerity to wholeheartedly beg for your mercy and to assist you in your glorious service to the parampara of Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. Your servant, Radhanath Swami. Hare Krishna. Maharaj, you let me know when you want to read yours.
Yeah, I'm going to wait. I got to get some garlands going.
Okay. Okay. Then why don't we read the one from... see. Bhakti Vikas Swami. Hare Krishna. He writes, Namahom Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. I offer my respectful obeisances unto His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, who is very dear to Lord Krishna on this earth, having taken shelter at His lotus feet. Our respectful obeisances are unto you, O spiritual master, servant of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami. You are kindly preaching the message of Lord Chaitanya Dev and delivering the Western countries which are filled with impersonalism and voidism. Most dear Srila Prabhupada, Captain of my life, Lord of my heart, please accept my prostrated obeisances in the dust of your most precious, divine, beautiful lotus feet. My Vyasa Puja offering this year is modeled on one made to me earlier this year, in which a disciple perfectly captured what I feel about you. I take it that he sees you in me, which is the perfection of my guruship, a service that I dare undertake simply on your order and desire. I am very happy to report to you that many of my disciples far exceed me in purity, dedication, taste for chanting, distributing your transcendental books, sense control, austerity, scriptural knowledge, realization, and every other quality. I am learning so much from them about how to serve you better. Hare Krishna. Hare Bol. It is all your mercy, Srila Prabhupada, which you kindly bestow on them, making me your instrument. You are perfect. I have met many persons during my life. Out of all these persons, you stand out in my mind as being most perfect and ideal. To think that the spiritual master is an ordinary person is an offense. But it is not for this reason, just to follow a rule, that I see you as perfect. Factually, in each aspect of your personality, I see only perfection. Among the multiple facets of your perfection, your knowledge stands out for me as the portal to service, devotion, commitment, and all else that follows. You humbly said about yourself, quote, "We are not very big scholar. We have no such qualification, and that we can compose very nice literature. There may be so many mistakes, whatever it may be. Nevertheless," close quote, "nevertheless, I conclude that your knowledge is perfect. We repeatedly read your books and hear your lectures, and you perfectly fulfill the role of guru as being primarily a giver of knowledge. As I realized when I started to read your books, your knowledge is truly unique. It is life-giving, and the only actual knowledge there is. You want to give not only to your disciples, but to the whole world, the knowledge you received from your Guru Maharaj. Although you vigorously and resolutely preach the absolute truth as it is, you remain so personal and personable. You mercifully dragged me to your lotus feet just 2.5 years before your disappearance from our mortal vision, and I got very little of your direct personal association. Nevertheless, by your mercy, by the knowledge in your books, you make yourself available to all your disciples and to all the world. I am very happy that I can daily relish your association in your teachings. You are mercifully present in your books, in your instructions. You continuously draw enthusiasm from the ocean of mercy, and you share that mercy just as a cloud pours rain without discrimination on the fields, on rocks, lakes, and seas. Your mercy pours especially profusely on those who undertake the yajna for Kali Yuga by day after day accepting the austerities required to distribute your books. You told us to distribute your books, and you mercifully pressure us to keep on distributing far and wide. For us conditioned souls, the perverted tastes of this material world seem very attractive. But by your divine grace, you give us the knowledge by which we can understand that there is something far superior to the bitter taste of this material world full of suffering. By your instructions, you are bringing us to Krishna. You promised to personally bring us to Krishna via the Parampara system. You introduced us to your Guru Maharaj and to his Guru Maharaj, and on all the way up to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Krishna. You confidently carry the flag of pure devotional service in this world of darkness. You are an unparalleled general in the movement of Lord Chaitanya. You are the best follower of your Guru Maharaj, and thus you are a great general of a great general. By your life and your instructions, you embody your Guru Maharaj's teachings. You are fighting for us fallen souls on many fronts. You are not only our general, you are our father, guide, friend, shelter, and our very life. You are the only good thing that came to us in this miserable world. You are pure, and you purify us. Your lotus feet are the only relief from the intense suffering that is this material world. You shine like the sun in the morning sky, dissipating all shadows and doubts. You worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead and all his followers. Your heart is full of compassion and understanding. Your heart is determined to give real help. You don't care about your personal comfort, but you are very sad to see others suffer. Your compassion knows no limits. Your true followers magnificently continue the succession of great generals, attacking from all directions the daunting fortresses of the illusory energy. They transform wretched souls into shining devotees, returning them to their glorious position as spiritual souls. By taking all risks simply to benefit others, your true followers perform the topmost welfare activity. They inspire many thousands to fall at your lotus feet. With the strength gained from the Krishna Shakti you invest in them, they perform miracles. Untiringly, day after day, you, Abhay Charan, fearlessly lead your troops into the battle with the forces of illusion. It is difficult to find proper words to describe your personality. I'm sorry for my poor attempt to glorify you. All my verbiage comes to nothing in the face of your actual glories. If I were to take all the superlatives that I know and multiply them by thousands, still I would hardly approach even the beginning of your glory. Krishna asked Arjuna and Uddhava, how far should I continue describing my own glory? Not even I know its limits. Similarly with you, I hardly know where to start in describing your perfection, and there is no question of reaching its end. Wherever I look, I see your glory. With the eye of knowledge you gifted me, I can see everything everywhere, humans, animals, immovable objects, in relation to the absolute truth. I marvel at your wisdom and glory in possessing such rare and precious knowledge, and your munificence and compassion in sharing it. You are the Supreme Lord's very dear servant, who, on his order, came to give us this knowledge. Practically also, you teach us how to serve the Lord. You kick far away everything that is not in line with pure devotional service. You show us the true path, and as we run toward Krishna, you cheer us on, tugging and cajoling us along the way, and warning about sloughs, potholes, and false turns. When we fall, you pick us up, dust us off, point us back in the right direction, and help us get going again. You give us the strength, intelligence, and courage to continue. I fall down in the dust of your lotus feet. I never want to go anywhere else. Kadaham aikantika nityakinkada, kadaham aikantika nityakinkada paharshiyasyami sanata jivitam. Desiring to be accepted as your permanent eternal servant and to always feel joyful to have such a fitting master. A fallen Bhakti Vikas Swami. Jai. Hare Krishna. So, I hope I'm not being offensive if I read my little offering, which I wrote. Not in the book, of course. Someone's on Zoom? Who? Who? Vijay Krishna. Okay, all right. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my most respectful obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to you. This is from Dravidadas. I'd like to use this opportunity to thank you from the bottom of my heart for what I consider one of your greatest gifts to me and all of the devotees in your ISKCON. And that is the famous morning program, and especially Mangalarati, and specifically the Guruvashtaka prayers. Almost every morning for the last 49 years, my time in your society, I've been blessed with the opportunity to attend Mangalarati and the other portions of the morning program. As the Guruvashtaka is sung, I meditate on how each verse describes another of your gifts, qualities, and pastimes. Sangsara Dhava Naralita Loka. I and countless others in the West were certainly suffering in the blazing fire of samsara before you courageously undertook the dangerous voyage to New York City in 1965 and began pouring down your soothing, cooling mercy upon us like an inexhaustible cloud. Your Guru Maharaj's order and Lord Chaitanya's prediction had inspired and empowered you to undertake in your 70th year the seemingly impossible task of spreading Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan movement in the West. I and my god brothers and sisters, along with the many thousands of your grand and great-grand disciples, are the beneficiaries of your pure devotion, lion-like courage, and unshakable determination to fulfill the sacred mission you'd been given. Mahaprabhu Kirtana Nritya Gita. The first installment of your mercy took the shape of your singing the Maha Mantra and teaching all who were receptive to sing along with you, to dance to the beat of your half a bongo drum, and to play along with tambourines and the like. The Srimad Bhagavatam teaches that although Kali Yuga is an ocean of faults, there's one saving grace, the chanting of the holy name of Krishna. Those who take to this chanting seriously can break the strong bonds of attachment to Maya and go back home, back to Godhead. You embraced Lord Chaitanya's instruction in his Shikshastika. There is absolutely no restriction of time, place, or candidate regarding the chanting of the Lord's name. And you proved the truth of that instruction 1,000 times as you spread the Hare Krishna movement worldwide. Shri Vigraharadhana Nityanana. You were always worshipping Shri Shri Radha and Krishna in the temple of your heart. And as soon as you got a chance to establish deities and teach your followers about their worship, you did so in San Francisco in early 1967. Eventually, you established more than 100 temples worldwide, knowing how important they are for regulation, cleanliness, and provision of a place where devotees can live and serve together, hear and chant about Krishna, and invite guests to do the same. Chatur Vidhashi Bhagavat Prasada. Of course, even before any temples were established, honoring prasadam was an essential part of the Hare Krishna experience. You introduced the Sunday Love Feast in 1966 at 26 2nd Avenue, and before long, your followers had learned to prepare standards such as chapatis, dal, sabjis, and rice, along with special preps like halva, pakoras, and gulab jamans. Chanting Hare Krishna, dancing in ecstasy, and feasting on opulent prasadam comprised Lord Chaitanya's program for mass preaching, and you perfectly executed it wherever you went in your worldwide preaching tour. Sri Radhika Madhava Yorapada. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, we learn how the Mahabhagavats live on two planes, the internal and the external. Externally, they interact with others, teaching the art and science of devotional service to those who are receptive, doing the needful to accomplish the mission of the spreading the Sankirtan movement. While internally, they render their personal service to Sri Sri Radha and Krishna, tasting varieties of the highest ecstasy. But occasionally, in your case, the inner ecstatic experience would become evident for all to see, such as when you occasionally became stunned in ecstasy while singing Jaya Radha Madhava. You once said that your purports were your emotional ecstasies, and so I think we can safely assume that as you dictated your books in the wee hours, you were communing with the Lord. Indeed, once when you were relishing hearing one of your own books read to you, a devotee asked you why you were relishing so deeply, and you said something to the effect that it was because you hadn't written them. Krishna had. Nakunjayuno Ratikeli Siddhyai. In this verse, we get a glimpse into your eternal relationship with Sri Sri Radha and Krishna. You are very dear to them because you assist the gopis in making arrangements for the perfection of their loving affairs within Vrindavan's groves. And I believe that you're especially dear to them for spreading their glories worldwide through your books, temples, kirtans, and the thousands of devotees who worship them daily. Sakshat Dharit Vena Samasta Shastra. When you told your first devotees in New York the teaching of this verse, that the Acharya is as good as God, they were shocked. But they were relieved when they understood the actual instruction, namely that the spiritual master is to be honored as much as the Supreme Lord because he is the most confidential servitor of the Lord. When you explained the import of this teaching for your disciples, it made perfect sense. Krishna is so great and we're so unqualified that there's no way we can please him unless we get the mercy of his dear devotee. In other words, by pleasing you, by following your instructions, which are nothing but the teachings of Krishna in books like the Bhagavad Gita, we're sure to please Krishna and advance in devotional service. Otherwise, we have no hope on our own. And finally, Yasya Prasadat Bhagavat Prasado. I regard this as the most essential message of the Guruvashtaka. Our advancement is wholly dependent on your mercy, which flows abundantly when we follow your instructions. But if we can't or won't follow them, we have no hope of advancing in devotional service. Therefore, we should remember and honor you morning, noon, and night. Srila Prabhupada, I'm 74 years old. I don't have many more years in this body. I pray that I may continue to attend Mangal Arati every morning and meditate on you as the Guruvashtaka is sung, and that I will be able to clear away my remaining anarthas and rejoin you in Goloka Vrindavan when my time in this body has expired. Your grateful servant, Jivita Das. And now, Kanchan Bala Matadi asked me to read her offering this year, so I'm going to get it. I think it's in the closet. Rasika Sindhu, can you run into the kitchen and see if there's any, like if Yamuna Patari wants to read his offering, it might be by Kunta. Thank you. Okay. This is from Kanchan Bala Mataji. Oh yeah. Okay, so is this accurate? 8:39. You mean that on Zoom?
Yeah, they asked me when they will get
Okay. All right, we're going to go past 11 this year. So we'll start asking at 9 if there's no one else here. You know, gradually we'll see how many people are. But from 9 to 11, there'll be a time for them, okay? Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my most humble obeisances at the dust of your transcendental lotus feet. It is only by your causeless mercy that I can do anything in devotional service, steering me in the right direction. There is danger at every step in this material world. We just don't know when it will hit. But with your all-encompassing guidance, I and all of us, following with a sincere mood, along with humility, faith, perseverance, enthusiasm, all the while clinging on to you, Srila Prabhupada, in loving devotional service to you and Krishna. It's then I am convinced, being rightly situated, following your divine instructions. A moment's association with the topmost pure devotee is so invaluable. I've been listening about the 26 qualities of a devotee, with devotees sharing examples what Srila Prabhupada has so ardently displayed as a true gentleman. A devotee described how Srila Prabhupada had given a lecture about the 4 orders of life, Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra, and that there is a 5th class also. A belligerent person in the audience challenged Srila Prabhupada who said, "You have people offering you flowers and you are sitting on a high seat? What does that make you?" Immediately Srila Prabhupada said with genuine humility that he was 5th class. That answer automatically took the person aback of Srila Prabhupada's true humility. Always Srila Prabhupada gave all credence to his beloved spiritual master, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Maharaj, never taking any credit for himself. So he gave all credit to his beloved spiritual master, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, never taking any credit for himself. And then, reading Giriraj Maharaj's book, I'll Build You a Temple, the Juhu story, even though there was a raging battle with Mr. Nair, Srila Prabhupada never wavered and continued on with absorption in Krishna, giving lectures at pandals, events, and meeting with others, preaching Krishna consciousness. No matter where Srila Prabhupada was, he touched deeply so many souls and still does today. Oh, Srila Prabhupada, besides being so tolerant, he knew how to expertly deal with each and every situation. This is an excerpt from my memories of Srila Prabhupada, following here. I remember I had always wanted to see His Divine Grace in Sri Vrindavan Dham, as that was his real home, where he translated the first 3 volumes of Srimad Bhagavatam. It was ecstatic and overwhelming to finally see this, catching such a sublime and transcendental mood in 1975 as Srila Prabhupada looked so natural, sitting peacefully on his Vyasasan, or under the tamal tree in the courtyard of Krishna Balaram Mandir. And having Darshan and his sacred room in Radha Damodar was exquisite. One really was catching the essence of Srila Prabhupada's presence. It was simple, a small, humble room, but beautiful and beautiful. Anyway, hundreds and hundreds were drawn to Krishna Balaram Mandir for the great installation of their lordships, Sri Krishna Balaram, in arm in arm, standing so magnificently, the 2 most exalted brothers of the universes. Everyone awaited anxiously for the solid wooden brass carved doors to reveal their lordships. The crowds were tumultuous, even more intense than New York subway in rush hour. Finally, the doors gave way as everyone roared and gongs filled the air. When they opened, to add more suspense to all the devotee spectators, the curtains were swung open in unveiling the 3 individual altars. Everyone gasped in joy and reverence at the fathomless beauty of all the deities. Srila Prabhupada performed the Arati to their Lordships Sri Krishna Balaram, and 2 senior devotees on the other altars performed the other Aratiks. The mighty crowd swayed as each person inched up, desiring to absorb all the nectar into their eyes. I was toward the back, and I wanted to see His Divine Grace perform Arati. I inched my way up dexterously till I got to the middle. Everyone was packed tight. One couldn't move. Then it started getting rough with pushing. It actually got a little frightening. One wrong move with a trip and fall would prove disastrous, as you'd be crushed as the crowd was so thick. A little apprehension crossed my mind. I better get out of this, and endeavored to head toward the back of the temple to free myself of the unbearably tight-knitted crowd getting a little too pushy. My endeavors proved useless, and all of a sudden, to my amazement, I was pushed all the way up to the front of the altar where Srila Prabhupada was doing Arati. I responded in sheer pleasure as all temporary fears uplifted instantly. It was so relishable to behold Srila Prabhupada along with Sri Krishna Balaram. They were all, the Krishna Balaram would be decked in shimmering gold and laden with flowers, as His Divine Grace gracefully offered articles to them with all love and humility. It was the perfection of eyes to see this sight. I couldn't conceive of Krishna's causeless mercy allowing me to see this, as I couldn't have made it all on my own accord. It is the spiritual potency and compassion of your exalted self, Srila Prabhupada, that such inexplicable moments as this or anything can transpire. Just you coming to the Western world at such a ripe age is unfathomable. But you, being so dear to Lord Krishna, having taken shelter at His lotus feet, all that becomes insurmountable, that is insurmountable becomes possible. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, my spiritual father and beloved spiritual master. I forever bow down to you again and again with utmost gratitude. I beg to remain your servant and spiritual daughter, always Kanchan Baladasi. Very nice. So now I'm going to call on His Grace, Pavamana Prabhu. Hare Krishna. I'm sorry? Sit here. Just.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swamini Tidame Namaste Saraswati Devi Gaurani Pachani Devasesha Shunyavadi Pachadali Starni. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to your divine grace. Om Agana Timarandasya Gananjana Shalakaya Shukshula Militam Jina Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. On this, the most auspicious day of your appearance, yet again I get the opportunity to say a few words of glorification to you, my spiritual master and savior. There are so many facets of your personality and uncommon activities that you showed us, it's hard to pick which ones to speak of. You possess the full measure of 26 devotional qualities, and every one of them you exhibited in different circumstances. But even aside from this, you have your own unique personality. It is said that the Guru is one, and yet there are many who take the position. And amongst those most exalted of personalities, there are gradations and unique traits that make one more and most elevated. In the West, the example of Lord Jesus Christ is prominent, where he was able to gain many followers and had 12 direct disciples. 2,000 years later, there are churches all over the world to spread his word. In contrast, you were able, with only about 12 years, to gain 10,000 disciples, over 100 temples, farm communities, schools, and preach non-stop to thousands of people in Pandal programs, home visits, lectures, darshans, etc. And then the books you wrote while we young disciples slept. It seemed you had endless energy, even though at an advanced age. I am now at the same age as you were when you came to America. I can't even imagine how we were able to accomplish so much and at the same time travel almost non-stop to all corners of the world. You poured your heart and soul into establishing the Hare Krishna movement and spilt oceans of blood to save us, the poor souls of the Kali Yuga. Your efforts are much more than simply following the orders of your spiritual master. You pushed forward, undaunted by any obstacle, to personally try to inject Krishna into the ears of as many as possible. It means you invested yourself beyond mere obedience to do more than what was asked of you, to explore new horizons and preaching opportunities. After coming to America and starting a movement here, you returned to India to establish temples and communities there. A homeboy does good. I witnessed myself how you were able to enthuse your countrymen to help you in your efforts to build temples and establish world-class centers in the most important places in India. You spoke strongly to the Indian people, and they loved it. They could see that you were the real thing. So many bogus gurus and swamis speak to large crowds with an obvious aim for personal aggrandizement, and not to glorify the holy names or Bhagavad Gita purely. You never had a need to collect such cheap glorification for yourself. It was only to spread the teachings of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Lord Krishna in the most intense way. You have made impressions on people even from the image of yourself on the cover of your books. Even to see your smile is attracting the conditioned souls, because it's obvious that you are experiencing something that is not possible in the material world, the ecstasy of love of Krishna. It is said that familiarity breeds contempt. Sometimes a servant may have fallen, or some associate may see you in an ordinary light, being too friendly or close. But after a while, such persons may ultimately become aware of their mistake and actually surrender themselves at your lotus feet. I have seen you in intimate dealings with all kinds of people, able to make small talk and discuss all kinds of topics with ease. But when the topics of Krishna came up, you immediately assumed the role of guru and spoke wonderfully about spiritual life and truth. You are charming and witty, humorous, serious, and humble, keen with insight, intelligence, expert, and yet more innocent than a child, and more humble than grass could ever be. You have every right to be proud of what you were able to do, and yet you gave all credit to your Guru Maharaj and Lord Krishna. Just as Arjuna could accept the victory on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, yet know that it was Krishna's plan. So you became Krishna's instrument to spearhead the Krishna consciousness movement. Those who say you were just in the right place at the right time don't understand what you were doing and how you had planned everything beforehand. You even had plans even before you stepped foot on the Jaladuta, sending copies of your literature to many persons in high places around the world. Sometimes your plans did not fructify immediately, but you made adjustments along the way to accommodate the local people and culture. You gave sannyas to young men who may have later fallen down, and some of your early disciples got married who later ended their marriages. You took risks just to try to facilitate the spread of Krishna's message in a practical way, in spite of the fact that many of us were unworthy and prone to fall down. A blind uncle is better than none. I was not born to join a spiritual movement. I found myself unable to pursue any kind of quote-unquote success, and joining the temple became practically my only choice. I'm not a preacher, being an extremely shy and introverted person. Still, I try to help your movement in any way that I can. I see the many empowered godbrothers who fully understand and try to preach on your behalf, giving their lives to the effort. I pray that I may be able to somehow assist such great souls. My greatest privilege is to attempt to speak on your behalf in front of a Sunday feast crowd, even though I can only rely upon your mercy to put words in my mouth. I have no speaking ability, but by your grace, somehow when the lecture comes to an end, some of the audience is engladdened. Even a dumb man can speak eloquent words, so to speak. As dull-headed as I am, you have given me an opportunity to try to speak something, and I am forever grateful for it. Hare Krishna. Your unworthy and most foolish disciple, Padma. Hare Krishna.
Okay. One more thing. I just wanted to say one quick thing. When Prabhupada said he was, oh, you're sitting on this big seat, I suppose you think you're first class. And Prabhupada said, I'm fifth class. But then he added a line to it. He said, I'm fifth class. I'm a servant of all the other classes.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my most humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace, our eternal master. Okay. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharane Nirvashesha Shunyavadi Pashtatya Deshatarane Om Jnana Timarandasya Yananjana Shlakaya Chakshun Militam Jena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Dear Srila Prabhupada, in reflecting on what exactly is the state of ignorance that we, as conditioned souls, that causes us to suffer birth and death in this material world, while reflecting on this topic of the word or the term ignorance, I did some research on the internet and looked up the definition of this word. Per the dictionary definitions on ignorance that I had located, I found the following. Ignorance, the state or fact of being ignorant, lack of knowledge, education, or awareness. A further definition outlines ignorance in more detail in the following way. Factual ignorance, absence of knowledge of some fact. Object ignorance, unacquainted with some object. Technical ignorance, absence of knowledge of how to do something. Ignorance covers a lot of critical territory when you think of it, all the ways it can impact our lives. Dear Srila Prabhupada, the knowledge you have so mercifully given to us addresses all three of these definitions of ignorance in the most deep and transcendental way. On factual ignorance, you have given us, through your spoken word, through your books, through your letters, and through your amazing example, true and factual knowledge of who we are, who Krishna or God is, and what our eternal relationship with Him is. In this way, you, through the knowledge you have given us, you are most kindly dissipating our absence of knowledge of the most important fact, that we are all meant to be eternal, loving servants of Krishna. On object ignorance, as in being unacquainted with some object, you have given us the insight to become acquainted with the supreme, most lovable object, which is Krishna, His message, His love, His devotees, and His wonderful abode where He and Radha reign supreme in the realm of Goloka Vrindavan. On technical ignorance, which is absence of knowledge of how to do something, you have given us the very means on how to reawaken our pure love for Krishna and for all living entities. You have done this through your sharing and showing by your own precious example, and through your words, the message and the methods of devotional service delivered by Lord Chaitanya, the Acharyas, and the pure Vaishnavas. As a supreme benediction, as far as the best means to help us come out of ignorance, you have given us the chanting of Lord Krishna's and Radha's sweet and most purifying holy names to help dissipate the material disease that heavily afflicts our conditioned hearts. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much, Srila Prabhupada, for saving us from the deep darkness of ignorance and for giving us the very means, in so many ways, to remain in the light of Krishna consciousness. I pray that I may somehow imbibe the full presence of mind so as to always take shelter of your lotus feet. I also pray that I may be able to remain in the blessed association of your followers, and that I will be able to accompany them in service to you and to your mission of sharing Krishna consciousness with others in this life and always in your service, life after life. Your ever indebted servant, Yamunapati Das. Hare Krishna. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada.
Jai Srila Prabhupada. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Nityanamani Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nirvisesha Shunyavadi Paschatshadeshatarine. Dearest Srila Prabhupada, as Queen Kunti expressed bewilderment pondering how the unlimited, eternal Supreme Lord Krishna, full of all opulences, could appear in this world in a human-like form, reciprocating love with his pure devotees in seemingly ordinary ways, and with all living beings in accordance with their dealings with him, sometimes as all-powerful God and sometimes as a naughty child. Similarly, Srila Prabhupada, your appearance and activities in this world are a mystery. You sometimes quoted Vaishnavara Kriya Mudra Vigye Na Bhujaya, and you explained, quote, "The Supreme Lord and his devotees who come to this world are executing a mission, and therefore sometimes they act in a way that is very difficult to understand. A Vaishnava accepts anything favorable for executing his mission," end quote. Therefore, it's difficult, even for a very learned person, to understand the activities of a pure devotee, what to speak of an ordinary person like myself. Sometimes we hear, Srila Prabhupada, that you are a Shaktivesh avatar, a pure devotee specifically empowered by the Lord himself to spread his glories all over the world. This is certainly true, as confirmed in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Ancha Lila 7, chapter 11th verse. Krishna Shakti Vininahi Tara Pravartana. Indeed, Srila Prabhupada, your spreading of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's Sankirtan movement throughout the world is unparalleled in history. From Sri Chaitanya Mangala by Lochan Das Thakur, we learn of Lord Krishna telling Narada Muni that he'd soon advent as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu for delivering the suffering souls in Kali Yuga by distributing the holy names of Krishna, drowning them in love for Krishna, and that later, to reach all of the unfortunate souls in distant lands, he would send you, Srila Prabhupada, his Senapati Bhakta, his great general among the devotees, who would spread his mission to all corners of the world. You did this, Srila Prabhupada, creating devotees where there were none, opening temples, installing deities, inundating the world with your books, printed in all major languages, filled with pure Krishna Katha, your purports unlocking the deepest secrets of Krishna consciousness for every sincere reader. And you created Prabhus, spiritual masters who guide their disciples as you guided them, thus transplanting the Vaishnav Parampara, enlarging its scope to encompass the entire world. Truly you are Prabhupada, the spiritual master at whose feet many masters sit. And yet you reveal yourself to us as a person, a humble devotee, begging your spiritual master, the previous acharyas, Sri Sri Radha and Krishna, Sri Sri Panchatattva, with tears in your eyes, feeling unworthy, yet at the same time fully dedicated, for the strength to carry out their mission. You teach us that the path to success lies in humbly serving the order of the spiritual master with heart and soul. You credit all of your phenomenal success to one thing only, that you took carrying out the order of your spiritual master, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, as your life and soul. In 1975, while speaking on Srimad Bhagavatam, 6th Canto, 1st Chapter, 27th verse, you explained thus, quote, "You must know what is your duty from Guru. You are singing every day, Guru Mukha Padma Vakya, Chittati Koriya Aikya, Arna Koriho Mane Ash. This is life. This is life. Guru Mukhapad. You accept the bona fide Guru, and what he orders you, carry out. Then your life is successful. Arna Koriho Mane Ash. You rascal, you do not desire anything else. Are you not singing daily? But do you understand the meaning? Or are you singing only? What is the meaning? Who will explain? Huh? Nobody knows? Yes, what is the meaning? Devotee. My only wish is that my mind be purified by the words coming from the mouth of my spiritual master. I have no desire for anything else. Prabhupada, yes. This is the order. Guru Mukha Padma Vakya, Chittati Koriya Aikya. Now, chitta means consciousness or heart. I shall do this only, boss. My Guru Maharaj told me I shall do this. Chittati Koriya Aikya Ar Na Koriho Mane Ash. So, it is not my pride, but I can say, for your instruction, I did it. Therefore, whatever little success you see, then oh my God brothers, it is due to this. I have no capacity, but I took it. The words of my Guru as life and soul. So this is fact. Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chittati Koriya Aikya. End quote. For many years I've cherished these words of yours, Srila Prabhupada, and just last week, while reading a newly published book, Day by Day with Srila Prabhupada, written by your dear grand-disciple, Balaram Prabhu, I found a conversation where you explain this same secret of success to two of your sannyasi disciples, and then you so humbly revealed to them that you yourself contemplate your extraordinary success. Quote, I sometimes think, why has this wonderful thing happened to me? So I search out only that I believe in the words of my spiritual master. That's all, nothing else. Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chittati Koriya Aikya Ar Na Koriyo Mane Ash. Dear Srila Prabhupada, you can enter the hearts of all, whether speaking in a pandal filled with thousands, purely enlightening them with Lord Krishna's teachings, defeating challenges, allaying doubts, or reaching millions of souls with your Bhaktivedanta purports. Your mission is the Lord's mission. Even your merciful glance can penetrate to a living being's soul, convincing them of the reality of their spiritual existence, your understanding of their plight, and your willingness to lead them back to Lord Krishna's lotus feet, if we just follow you. One thing I do know by your grace, Srila Prabhupada, you are Guru and Krishna's pure devotee and fully sold-out servant. You are using all of your wonderful qualities, human and divine, to fulfill their mission, and your mercy is all we are made of, praying to serve your servants and followers. Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai. After everybody has spoken so nicely, it's really difficult to comment and say something. But I've been meditating a lot, these days of Prabhupada Vyasa Puja, Mastami. I always think a lot about the significance of Srila Prabhupada. And I didn't really know what to say this year. And the other day, I was coming home, and Leslie, my wife, she was with some plants there, and I was like, what are you doing with that? Those things are dead. And she said, no, there's still some green sprouts here and there. I just got to cut all the bad stuff, all the dry leaves, all the dry flowers, and it will spring out. So an expert gardener really knows what to do. And that's what I started thinking about how Prabhupada was like an expert gardener. Because he really knew what to do with us. He knew what to tell us, how to do it, what to do. No matter what abilities we have now, no matter how many limitations we have, Prabhupada really saw that. And he taught us how to clean our lives, how to get rid of all those dry leaves of material desires, and let all those beautiful seeds that he planted in our heart sprout and eventually become, a beautiful life for all of us. And I started thinking, yeah, Srila Prabhupada was like that. He was very, very expert in making everybody successful in Krishna consciousness. You have some examples like that famous story when Prabhupada was looking at this lady picking some flowers for the Lord, and Prabhupada said, yes, see, yes, each flower that she picks, she's making advancement. She's getting closer to the Lord. Just something as simple as picking a flower. Srila Prabhupada was so expert that he knew how to engage us, so it would produce that closeness to God. So from the most eloquent and scholar devotee in our movement, like Srila Prabhu, for example, yesterday he was saying these beautiful verses about Krishna, how he's sweet and his smile is sweet. And I was so transfixed on that. After that, I was like, I didn't remember if I put salt on the sobi or not. And later on I tried and I did it. But it's not your fault, Prabhu, it's mine. I should have paid attention to my service. But from those devotees to the most simple devotee who only knows how to, pick flowers, or I don't know if you remember Mother Brajabaduchi, who was always sweeping the temple. Something that simple can become the most valuable thing. And that's also, something that it speaks about the nature of Srila Prabhupada, how transcendental he was. Some people, as Pavamana Prabhu just mentioned, some people said that Prabhupada was at the right place at the right time, and he just got lucky. But not necessarily. Not necessarily that. Prabhupada was definitely at the right time, at the right place, because Krishna wanted him to be there. He wanted Prabhupada to be that person. Just like Arjuna. Arjuna didn't want to fight. And then Krishna said, look, all these people are already dead. You want to take the glory as a soldier to do it, fine. If not, you cannot stop it. It's going to happen. And in the same way, Krishna chose Srila Prabhupada and he accepted the mission. So when he came here and he gave us Krishna consciousness, yeah, he was at the right time, at the right place, because he was the right person. And all glories to Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
So now I'm going to call on anyone in the room here who has any prepared offering or would like to speak extemporaneously, glorification of Prabhupada. And if not, we'll go to Zoom. Prabhu? Okay, you can come.
Hare Krishna. Om Ajnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunimlatena Taspai Sri Gurave Namaha Namaham Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Nityanamini Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Prachane Pachat Deshtarane. Hare Krishna. Dear Srila Prabhupada, put space. Dear Srila Prabhupada, as I, an uninitiated neophyte devotee, attempt to present my gratitude for you, for your reference, through your books, I beg your pardon for any mistakes I commit. I draw my strength to speak in this assembly of qualified Vaishnavas from your books, lectures, letters that you so mercifully left behind for posterity, which I started reading 4 years ago. As I am still entangled in materialism, I prepared my appreciation letter in material language. Srila Prabhupada, you are the most successful immigrant ever landed in America. For you, perhaps only such immigrant arrived here to give something to America. Within a year of your arrival on the American shore, you founded a spiritual enterprise, the Krishna Conscious Enterprise, a non-profit entity with the objective of awakening the people to their real consciousness. From the day one, you welcomed everyone, men and women of all ages and all races, to invest in your Krishna Conscious Enterprise. And all you ask them to invest is their attention. And for those who sincerely invested their attention, you revealed the secret to liberation from Janma Mrityu Chara Vyadhi, perennial problems of all living entities. There is no investment in the history that guaranteed such a high value return. In fact, investments in your Krishna Conscious Enterprise are protected from recessions and inflation, while the return on every other investment is subject to the accuracy of the weather forecast. Within a very short period of 12 years, you took your enterprise to 5 continents. You made all of this possible when there was no internet, no mobile phones available. Even by the standards of material measurement, your success is unparalleled. If not for your countless sincere disciples, who preserved everything about you, your story would have been labeled as mythology, just as someone who has no knowledge of Shastras label everything they describe to be a myth. Dear Srila Prabhupada, when someone asks me to show the proof that Krishna exists, I tell your story. To me, not that I personally need one, you are the greatest evidence for Krishna's existence. Srila Prabhupada, you are humility personified. I would like to recall an anecdote narrated by one of your disciples. One day, while she was painting a picture of Lord Narasimhadeva, she wanted to find out the finer details of the painting by looking at another print in your room. She did not want to disturb you while you were resting, so she did not enter the room. But her curiosity brought her near to your door. She slowly and quietly popped her head inside the room to get a glimpse of the wall hanging, while the rest of her body stayed outside the room. After a few attempts of her, you realized that someone was at the door and asked her to come in, and she asked your permission to step on a bench right next to you to get a closer look at the print on the wall. For that you replied, "In Krishna's service you can step on my head." This was not a superficial statement because at the time, even at the age of 71, you were cooking and serving delicious Krishna prasadam for tens of your to-be disciples single-handedly. I do not know how far back in history we have to go to find a similar instance of a guru serving his disciples in this manner, if there was such a precedent. Srila Prabhupada, you would do anything for Krishna. You were able to accomplish everything you did in such a short period of time because you did everything for Krishna. You preached what you practiced and practiced what you did preach. Your teachings were non-sectarian. In a letter in 1965, you wrote, "My mission is not to turn anyone from the affiliation of a particular religion, but I want to let them know more knowledge about God and devotion." Srila Prabhupada, your actions were beyond Triguna, 3 material modes. You were situated in the 4th stage of consciousness, which is transcendental. Dear Srila Prabhupada, on this occasion of Gurupuja, if I may, I plead for your blessings. I want to express my sincere gratitude to you for presenting Krishna so beautifully that even a mundane person like me can understand and follow your instructions. Your servant's servant, Om Sri Krishna. Thank you.
You know, those phones have an off button, amazingly enough.
Namo Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vikasa Swaminiti Namine. Namo Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine. Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. So, I wrote a little poem, if you don't mind. So I'll just read it. O Master of all Masters, Prabhupada, dearest servant of Rajas King, thou descend from the holy land of God, and back home all the souls thou bring. O Son of Siddhanta Saraswati, O Savior of the world thou art, a divine levy to square with Kali, the instructions thou did impart. In every town and village in every village and among all men, my holy name will come to sound. Thus spake the Lord his will, which then thou tookest and spread all around. Fallen souls for eternity burneth, this world a forest fire light. From above the flames your grace cometh, and saveth them from dreadful plight. A divine sword of holy sound thou hold, and cut the knots within our heart. Now wield this weapon, thou have told, to us thou hast conferred this art. No compromise, thou hast boldly said, with godless men or Mayavad, a boot for each and every rascal's head, who with evil hearts decree their God. Although in darkness of such sinful creed, still to this dreadful place thou came, and with thy torch lighted the path of greed, to dance and sing Sri Krishna's name. Alas, to what misfortune do I owe, that still in sin my life is wrought? I cannot chant the holy names with love, that greatest wealth which thou hast brought. O Master of all Masters, Prabhupada, dearest servant of Rajas dear, please let me live for thy glory alone, lest all my days be wasted here. Hare Krishna.
Anyone else in the room? Okay. Now, Zoom, tapas.
You can ask them. There are two devotees, Ashley Mataji and Maitri Das. So you can ask them.
You're too far away. In the accent, we got crosstalk. You can ask him. Oh, okay. That's why I asked in the room. One more, and then we'll go.
There are two devotees, Manishri Mataji and Maitri Das.
What's the second one?
Maitri Das.
Maitre?
Yeah.
Maitre and Praneshri. Okay, I'll announce them. Please come. You okay? Don't worry, you're among friends here. Huh? Microphone won't hurt you. Know of anyone else who hears you? No, it's okay. But you have to be close to them.
Okay.
Okay.
Hare Krishna. Okay. Just give me a second. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances. The other night, Jai Madhava and Madhavi Priya and I watched the Hare Krishna movie together to prepare our hearts for your Vyasa Puja today. I can do it. I was reflecting that night, the day I was walking home from school, carrying your book, Science Self-Realization, in my hands. Another student had seen me and had said some unkind things about you. I didn't know yet how to say your name. I had not met the devotees yet. I was only 15 years old. But I bravely said, "You don't know him. You don't know him like I know him. He's very kind, and his books are so helpful. He's like my grandfather, and I care about him, and you shouldn't say those things." That night, the other night, in quiet and private reflection, my realization was a resolute and renewed commitment to the spiritual family you have given us, through thick or thin, through good times or bad. This year, I offer to you, Srila Prabhupada, a promise, a vow, at your lotus feet and in front of your disciples, that in whatever ways I can, in every way that I can, for all of my days on this earth, I will always protect your position as our preeminent Siksa Guru and as the founder Acharya of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. The years have flown by. I'm finally at an age where I'm really feeling the fleetingness of time and thinking it over. The last few decades of my spiritual life, I don't have much to offer you, Srila Prabhupada. But you have my word and my commitment to you. My time here this week at New Govardhan Dham has me thinking things over, that most of the time in my devotional life, I have felt that if I just showed up and did the bare minimum with the least bit of effort, it was good enough. And maybe at times it has. But today, Srila Prabhupada, I would like to offer to you my life and my commitment to step up to the front lines of your Sankirtan army. Thank you for everything you have given me. The list is too long, but you know my heart. With all my heart, your granddaughter, Rama Devidasi.
So, Maitreya Prabhu is on Zoom. So we'd like to call on Maitreya Prabhu to make his offering now.
Thank you, Prabhu. Jai Srila Prabhupada. Dear Srila Prabhupada, your words give us spiritual strength. As you mentioned in the preface to Srimad Bhagavatam, to defend ourselves from, quote, the onslaught of atheists, end quote. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for delivering us from the insidious and subtle effects of impersonalism and voidism, which reduce the wonderful personality of Godhead, Krishna, to a mere idea void of substance and pleasure. You have saved us from the greatest calamity imaginable, a life of loneliness. You founded a spiritual society in which we can have association of other souls on the path and created a framework for us to work together to bring alive the teachings in your books and to bless others who are also in need of spiritual sustenance with substantial information about the personality of Godhead, the absolute truth, Sri Krishna. Please empower us to turn our minds from the madness of the material world and focus our hearts and minds on the message of Godhead and on the pastimes of Krishna and Lord Chaitanya. Your lowly and aspiring servant, Maitreya Das.
Thank you, Maitreya. Hare Krishna.
The inspiration for this offering may have come from my daily offering of obeisances to Dravida Prabhu when he arrives in the morning. And I think one of the days he looked at me and infused me with this inspiration. And you'll catch that as I start reading. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet on this most auspicious occasion of your appearance in this world to deliver all the fallen souls in the dangerous age of Kali. Srila Prabhupada, you taught us that the material world is like a blazing forest fire. There is suffering and danger at every step because of our own misdeeds. Despite so many attempts and countless lifetimes, we have never and will never be able to get relief from by our own tiny efforts. For us, you, our spiritual master, are our only hope. Your transcendental mercy, which is Krishna's mercy, is like a rain cloud, and this alone can extinguish all of our suffering. Your mercy and instructions revive our dormant Krishna consciousness. When I truly accept you as my spiritual master and your instructions as my life and soul, then these teachings will no longer be theoretical, but will be realized in my heart. When, oh when, will that precious day be mine? Srila Prabhupada, you taught us that the greatest benediction for all living entities rotting in the material world is the Sankirtan movement of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. You displayed great ecstasy whenever the holy names and your books, the Brihad Madanga, were being widely distributed. Chanting Krishna's pure name is the highest pleasure and the greatest treasure. It is Krishna in his most merciful form. When I truly accept you as my spiritual master and your instructions as my life and soul, then these teachings will no longer be theoretical, but will be realized in my heart. When, oh when, will that precious day be mine? Srila Prabhupada, you taught us that Krishna is fully present in his deity forms. We don't have the eyes to see the spiritual form of the Lord, so he kindly comes in a form we can see and serve. You taught us to carefully worship them according to your instructions, and that everything has to be more than first class for their lordships. The deity is Krishna, and his temple is his transcendental abode, and must be always very clean and pure. When I truly accept you as my spiritual master and your instructions as my life and soul, then these teachings will no longer be theoretical, but will be realized in my heart. When, oh when, will that precious day be mine? Srila Prabhupada, you taught us that by preparing Krishna Prasadam, with love and devotion, offering it to their lordships and respectfully honoring it, we can wonderfully purify our existence. You introduced Prasadam as a major weapon against the powerful influences of Kali and Maya. Mass distribution of delicious Krishna Prasadam was your mandate. How else can we and all the other fallen souls in this age even begin to understand the teachings of Krishna consciousness without Prasadam? When I truly accept you as my spiritual master and your instructions as my life and soul, then these teachings will no longer be theoretical, but will be realized in my heart. When, oh when, will that precious day be mine? Srila Prabhupada, you taught us that the topmost revelation of the Absolute Truth is the divine couple of Sri Sri Radha and Krishna. You being on the highest level of Krishna consciousness were relishing your service and relationship with Radha Krishna perpetually. You cautioned us again and again not to misunderstand the purely spiritual, blissful, and inconceivable nature of the conjugal pastimes of their lordships. Mundane speculators, impersonalists, and the Sahajiyas have no entrance into this realm. Our only understanding as neophyte devotees is through your words. When I truly accept you as my spiritual master and your instructions as my life and soul, then these teachings will no longer be theoretical, but will be realized in my heart. When, oh when, will that precious day be mine? Srila Prabhupada, you taught us that Krishna consciousness means service to devotees. Devotees like yourself are assisting and serving the most exalted devotees of the Lord in very confidential ways. Whatever our level of Krishna consciousness, the more we become humble servants of the servants of the servants of our Guru and the Vaishnavas, the dearer we become to Krishna. When I truly accept you as my spiritual master and your instructions as my life and soul, then these teachings will no longer be theoretical, but will be realized in my heart. When, oh when, will that precious day be mine? Srila Prabhupada, you taught us that the spiritual master is to be honored as much as Krishna because he is the confidential servant of the Lord. For us, Krishna is far, far away, but the spiritual master, as the external manifestation of the Supersoul, is present before us, and his heart is filled with compassion for all the fallen conditioned souls. He is giving us Krishna in the form of his instructions and mercy. When I truly accept you as my spiritual master and your instructions as my life and soul, then these teachings will no longer be theoretical, but will be realized in my heart. When, oh when, will that precious day be mine? Srila Prabhupada, you taught us that Krishna's mercy comes to us through his devotees, most importantly through our spiritual master. This is how Krishna has arranged it. One cannot go directly to the Lord. His devotees must recommend us. Without the grace of the Guru, one cannot make any advancement. This is the open secret in Krishna consciousness. So important, essential, and pivotal is this truth that we should meditate on it not only 3 times a day as we recite our Gayatri mantras, but all throughout the day, every day. When I truly accept you as my spiritual master and your instructions as my life and soul, then these teachings will no longer be theoretical, but will be realized in my heart. When, oh when, will that precious day be mine? Your aspiring servant of the servants of your servants. Dharma Setu Das. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you, Dharma Setu Babu. Now we're going to call on Paneshwari Mataji. Yes, Paneshwari Mataji to offer her homage online.
Krishna. Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Padistaya Bhutale Srimati Jayapataka Swami Nityanamine. Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Padistaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Nityanamine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Deshatharine. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda. My dearest Srila Prabhupada, please accept my most respectful obeisances at your divine lotus feet and my most heartfelt gratitude for everything you have given me. Most importantly for me is the temple, the spiritual embassies in this material world. What an apt name for this temple, New Govardhan. Under Govardhan, Krishna protected the Brajavasis, and in New Govardhan, Sri Radha Giridhari protected me, for I have found my shelter here. For me, the temple has been my sanctuary, my home, and my sacred space. It is here that my devotional service began. As a child coming to this temple, it was just a fun place to be, to sing, to dance, and to eat yummy food. Who even understood the meaning of prasadam at that time, or its potency? As a teenager, this was my hangout place and my summer camp. At that time, we had a huge brahmacharani ashram, and all the ladies there were my big sisters, and I got to go on Sankirtan with them. Even then, I didn't realize the import of what I was being exposed to. Again, it was just a fun place to be and fun people to hang out with. The seed had been planted by my parents at home, but it was being watered and cared for in the Sri Sri Radha Giridhari's temple garden of devotees. As a parent raising my kids in this world with so many difficulties, this temple you have established and sanctified with your own presence has been my safe place. In times of intense fear, worry, sadness, this temple has ultimately been my sanctuary, my protection, my home. Now I'm a grandmother, and as a Sunday school teacher, this is what I want my kids, my grandkids, my own and adopted, to feel and to understand and to realize. Sri Sri Radhagiri's temple is home. It is their solace in this material world. Throughout my life, you have been there, helping me, guiding me, protecting me. Let me help protect and nurture that seed of devotion in the hearts of all those who I come in contact with, not just the children, but everyone, young, old, and in between. I hope that they too can feel your love and compassion every time they see a temple anywhere they go, for you or your disciples have established one in every corner of the world. Thank you again from the bottom of my heart. Please bless me that I will always stay in the shelter of your devotees, and that I will always stay in the shelter of Sri Sri Radha Giridhari and the Govardhan. With love and devotion and ultimate gratitude, your spiritual granddaughter, Praneshwari Lakshmi Devi Dasi, and Bhaskar Pisapati. Hare Krishna.
Very much, Praneshwari. Now we call on Varshana Mataji to offer her homage to Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna, please accept my humble obeisances. Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamini Namne Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharini Nirvisesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshadharini. This is kind of an extemporaneous offering today this morning. However, I do have two things this particular year that I had an experience, and that is attributed to Srila Prabhupada's presence in my life. Number one, I realized that as I've been, this has been an experience, but I think it's getting stronger and stronger. He has given me a directional compass in my life. Without him, I would be lost. I had kind of like a midlife crisis where I didn't know what was my purpose. What is it that I can offer to this world, and what is it that this sense of worthiness, if I may say so. And it is becoming clearer and clearer over the years. What is it that I can bring, and what are the gifts of Krishna that can then be used in service of others and in Krishna's service. So that was number one. Number two, we had this, over the summer, my family and I traveled to different places far and wide, and we visited Bhaktivedanta Manor. And, my Guru Maharaj calls these experiences peak experiences in Krishna consciousness. So we had that one such experience where it was very palpable that Srila Prabhupada was the one who has, without my conscious effort, he is the one that is pulling me towards Krishna. And I'm grateful for that. When I look back in the last 20 years since I came to the United States as a young person with starry dreams, the perfect American dream, so to speak, I had no idea I was looking for Krishna. I wasn't. At least it seemed that way. And Srila Prabhupada sent his books. He sent his devotees. And he gave me a direction in which I can lead my life. And he continues to give us opportunities to serve. And these are the two things that when I look back, I'm extremely grateful, and I pray to Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet that may I continue to serve my spiritual master. May I continue to serve the holy name, and may I continue to serve the Vaishnavas for Srila Prabhupada's pleasure. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Varshana Mataji. Now we call on Dhanabari Mataji to offer her homage.
Hare Krishna, everyone, please accept my humble obeisances on Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So as I'm just about to go to ISV, I'm not prepared, but it's my fortune that I tuned in, and Tapas Prabhu is being so kind, and I got chance to talk a little bit. So I'm not very good speaker, but whatever comes from my heart, and I would like to share something. So first and foremost thing is, I always realize that this knowledge is not theoretical, like Dharmasetu Prabhu said and other devotees has said. That is not theoretical knowledge, and every time we experience it's and then double confirmation whatever Prabhupada said. So and also I always cherish and share with other people that this Guru Prabhupada is such a Guru that so many gurus have come in India, here, in everywhere in the country, and still coming. The bogus guru, or what so-called guru came and go, but this Guru, I tell to my family and to my friends that this Guru is different. It's not. So because people have lost their faith because of bogus Guru, and Prabhupada is, Srila Prabhupada is such a, I mean, he's a spotless character and everything. He didn't want to change anything, and he brought the Vedic culture with the program and process, and even though it's difficult to follow, but he did not want to change, and that attracted me because I mean, I grew up in a small village where my parents followed everything, but I came here, like Paneshwari said, I was young and I'd never wanted, I mean, I was following, but I never thought that it can happen here, and I didn't appreciate my village lifestyle when I was there, because I wanted to, as everybody else, Western American culture, I thought, we'll have a good life and, glassy, glamorous thing. Anyway, so my point is, I really appreciate all that he has given. I don't have any words for it, and especially his books, and how much he had taken trouble that it's hard to even imagine how much trouble he has gone through to give us books and process and the temples and all these cooking, all the instructions that can never, I feel like I can never pay him back. And I'm not qualified. I'm trying to just share the knowledge, what he has given. And it just mind-boggling. So I'm very thankful, and especially every country, major city has a temple, and the process is going on in this. I feel like in America it's happening, all this Vedic culture. How is it possible? So I'm very thankful, and all the devotees there who are practicing and giving me association is just it's my fortune. And I pray to Srila Prabhupada and all the Vaishnavas, devotees, that I can continue without falling down, and And one thing I remember, I always remember Srila Prabhupada says, if you have material desire, it's not guaranteed that it will be fulfilled, but if you have a spiritual desire, Krishna will fulfill, is guaranteed. So I like that, and I always keep that in mind, and the hope that I will get better. And I'm not a dedicated, strict devotee, but I would like to get better and help in every way that I could. Thank you so much, everyone, and Hare Krishna to everyone. Thank you. Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Dhanavari Mataji, is there another one?
Jai Krishna Prabhu.
Vijay Krishna. Okay.
It's my turn now?
Yes, it is.
Yes. Dravida Prabhu Dandavat Pranams. My offering is related to the following. Pancha Ratna Prabhu from ISKCON, New York City, he requested from me by email a written offering, and because he was preparing, I think it is the New York City ISKCON New York City Vyasa Puja book, and I sent him by email my offering, and this is the offering I am going to present to ISKCON San Diego. So it goes as follows. Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to your Guru Maharaj, and all glories to the Brahma Madhva Gaudiya Sampradaya, which you have been representing so expertly.
Vijay Prabhu, can you move away from your microphone a little bit?
Because it is too loud now.
It was too loud. Can you just move a little bit from your mic? It will be clear.
Yes, of course, Tapas Prabhu. I'm moving. So the offering is Srila Prabhupada. Is it better now, Tapas Prabhu?
Much better and much clear. Please go ahead.
Yes, Srila Prabhupada. The verse you categorize as the essence of your Bhagavad Gita as it is 11.55. And it ends by Krishna chanting to Arjuna that we all should cultivate friendship towards all living entities. On your most glorious appearance day, allow me to beg from you on my knees for your guidance in order for me to become a better friend to everyone and everything, always hoping to never disappoint your divine grace, your most undeserving fallen servant, Vijay Krishna Das. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Vijay Krishna Prabhu. And now, Vajaraj Gopal. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamini Niti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gaurvani Pracharani Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashyata Deshatarani. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my respectful obeisances. All glories to Guru and Gauranga. On the occasion of this 126th Vyasa Puja, I remember a quote by Srila Gaur Govind Swami Maharaj, who himself was quoting from a Bengali verse. Suniache sadhu guru mukhe. The appearance of a pure devotee is as auspicious as the appearance of the Lord. The Lord makes his pure devotee even more important than himself. And you are definitely Krishna's favorite commander, fearlessly preaching from universe to universe. So the fact that your appearance comes immediately after Janmashtami is only fitting, as your life is ultimately an ornament and a glorification of Krishna and the Guru Parampara. To see your mercy requires the vision of a bona fide disciple. That blessing that we receive for even a small service to an acharya as yourself is forever. The experience of receiving realizations in the process of serving your disciples and sincere grand disciples over the years has been nothing short of transformational. When you repeatedly ask young neophytes like myself to keep following the rules and regulations of bhakti, regardless of the struggles they face, I now feel more faith in your mercy. It has reaffirmed in my heart the strength of the Guru Parampara and, more importantly, the glory of your disciples. For the absolute truth to behave as though it is incomplete is actually unconditional compassion. By engaging us in service through the instructions of the spiritual master, Krishna qualifies us to serve him. But Srila Prabhupada, you didn't just make our qualifications. You literally provided a shortcut on a path that very few ever see, what to speak of walk along. When I hear that famous anecdote of you telling devotees that you have the backdoor key to the spiritual world, I realize that my entire life's blood and sweat will never compensate for your immense compassion. During this last year, I've been going through a lot of challenge. And one thing that I really wanted to realize was how you have given us everything. To realize this, I spoke with senior Vaishnavas and decided to study the works of our preeminent acharyas. What I was expecting was that the commentaries of these previous acharyas would help me fill in the blanks with my understanding. Instead, I found that Srila Prabhupada's purports filled the blanks of the lofty and not easily understandable commentaries of our acharyas. I realized that your easy to assimilate purports actually extract the essence of the teachings of our acharyas. And that allows those teachings to be shared widely and understood even by neophytes like myself. Your purports now feel like a valuable key to the spiritual world through the doorway of our sampradaya, a key very few receive and even fewer know how to use. Thank you, dear Srila Prabhupada, for accepting me into this sampradaya this year, and for providing me with the guidance and association I need to be engaged for your pleasure. I seek your blessings as I take some massive decisions in my life and pray that those decisions only glorify you, your disciples, and your legacy. Dasosmi Vrajraj Gopal Das.
Thank you, Vrajraj Gopal. Balaram, you have something? What about you, Tyler? Just as put it in the queue. Okay, and Bob, you're a senior bhakta. Yeah, it's being pumped nicely into the kitchen.
You could help here, right?
You sit down right here.
Right, you could help there, Ramvilas. Okay. Brahman. So last year, I cried a lot, so I won't do that this time. Although I didn't plan to cry a lot, I did, but so this year I'm planning not to cry. So a number of devotees in their offerings have mentioned Srila Prabhupada's mercy, and also mentioning Lord Nityananda's mercy, Lord Chaitanya's mercy, and that Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda they delivered Jaga and Madai, these two sinful brothers. And how Srila Prabhupada, he not only delivered one Jaga and Madai, but he delivered many of them. And that's the principle of disciplic succession. So in relation to this, there's an instance of a deliverance, say of one person. I heard recently, he was in the Los Angeles temple, and Tamal Krishna Goswami was giving a class, and Tamal Krishna Goswami was explaining that if one criticizes if a person criticizes another person's guru, then
Hey, Prabhu, I'm sorry, you gotta keep it on the video download.
if one criticizes another person criticizes another person's guru, then it says that that person can do three things. They could leave immediately. What else? Yeah, some other intense ones, cut out the tongue, kill themselves. So this person was hearing Tamal Krishna Goswami's class, and Tamal Krishna Goswami was criticizing a guru. So this person stood up in the class and he said, yeah, I'm listening to your class, and you said that if somebody criticizes your guru, you can't do these things, right? Attack them and so on. So he said, so you've been criticizing my guru. So he started walking towards him in the Los Angeles temple. And there's, a lot of devotees in the temple. And then Tamal Krishna Goswami, he said, stop. And he said, if you take one more step, 30 of these people, they're going to throw you out of the temple. So then the man, he took a few more steps. And at that point, a good number of devotees grabbed him and threw him out of the temple. And by the way, this person was a spiritually inclined person. It wasn't just a random person off the street. He was, becoming like a bhakta. So anyways, they threw him out. And apparently, I don't know, he broke his rib or something. But then later, this person, he emailed Tamal Krishna Goswami and he said, I'm so sorry, I was out of line, I shouldn't have done that. And then, so they kept on corresponding in an email. And then that person actually became initiated by Tamal Krishna Goswami. And he's a long-standing, steady devotee in Houston, senior devotee. Of course, you have a Prabhupada Das, which I'm sure many of you have heard that story many times. So there's so many stories of real life stories of devotees, of people becoming delivered. So the devotees of Krishna, they act for the benefit of people, and Srila Prabhupada is a perfect example of that. So the question is, okay, how are we supposed to get the mercy of a devotee? How are we supposed to get the mercy of Srila Prabhupada? And sometimes Prabhupada would just, on his own accord, means people weren't asking for it. Like the Nectar Devotion says that a devotee could bless somebody by their good wishes, or by their glance, even. So in a number of letters, Srila Prabhupada said, I've noted it in your person, and I prayed to Krishna to you, for you. So that's there. But although that's there, when somebody comes, many of us actually, or maybe all of us, we're not really seeking Krishna or Krishna consciousness or the mercy of Krishna. What did we know of the mercy of Krishna? At least speaking for myself. But it's by the efforts of devotees, Srila Prabhupada and his followers, that we have gotten some of the mercy of Krishna and the Vaishnavas. So for somebody taking to the practice of Krishna consciousness, it's not that, well, I got the mercy of Srila Prabhupada and that's it. But the mercy of Srila Prabhupada and the mercy of the devotees is supposed to be an ongoing affair. And as followers of Srila Prabhupada, we shouldn't demand or expect Srila Prabhupada's mercy or Krishna's mercy without striving for it or without asking for it. And that's the failure of a lot of religions, is that they join, they become a devout follower of A, B, C, church, mosque, temple. But then they've gotten the mercy, but then they kind of slow down and they don't ask for it, they don't seek it any further. And that's a big problem. So as followers of Srila Prabhupada, yes, we have gotten Srila Prabhupada's mercy, or else we wouldn't be sitting here. But there's a lot more mercy to be achieved. And therefore Srila Prabhupada said we have to pray. Prabhupada's a perfect example. He was always praying. And then we could ask ourselves, how much are we praying on a daily basis, on a weekly basis? We have to pray a lot. So in relation to that, I'll read a quote. This is from the Sri Chaitanya Bhagavat. It's a purport, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur's purport. And then, okay, so this is chapter 13 of the Madhya Kanda, text 72, purport. Oh, sorry. Text 66 and 67. So this is actually from Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur's quoting it, but it's from Bhaktivinoda Thakur. And it's Bengali, but here's the English. Without duplicity, I will approach a Vaishnava with straw between my teeth, with folded hands, and with a cloth hanging from my neck. I will cry and reveal to him my miserable condition. I will beg him for relief from the fire of material existence. After hearing about my miserable condition, the Vaishnava Thakur will profusely appeal to Krishna on my behalf. By his appeal, the most merciful Krishna will become compassionate towards this sinner. So this is actually what's necessary to do this. Means to offer such prayers to Vaishnavas, to offer such prayers to Srila Prabhupada. And until a person can do that, it'll be very difficult actually to reach the goal. And just to end with this, but I remember some years ago there was one young man, and he wanted to one devotee. He wanted to take initiation from His Holiness Giraj Swami, and I was friends with this devotee, and he was explaining to me that how he's going to ask Maharaj for initiation and everything, and I happened to be there, and so he asked for initiation, but then Giraj Swami he didn't answer he didn't answer his question. In other words, he didn't accept him at that point. But he said, "Oh, tell me a little bit more about your life." So then they continued to talk, and then eventually, His Holiness Giraj Swami he was leaving the place, and he just left without answering the question. And this devotee was really, because I talked to him afterwards, he was quite disturbed. And he was disturbed actually for some months because he was thinking, oh, he didn't accept me, and what happened? And I actually, reflecting on it later, I actually thought it was very good. Actually, immediately upon reflecting, I thought it was good because there was some pride there within that devotee, and he actually told me, he said, oh, what did he expect me to do, like, bow down and cry or something? And I was thinking, yeah, that would have been good. That would have been good. And you see some devotees, they ask for, I've heard, and they ask for initiation, actually cry, about it, and then generally they say, okay, I'll accept you as a aspiring disciple, right? So, anyways, eventually that devotee was accepted, he's initiated, but it's bringing up, it's a necessary thing for us to pray. So on this auspicious day of Srila Prabhupada's appearance, we could pray to him to empower us and to engage us in his service. All right, thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
So Mukunda, did you want to say something? Okay. Tyler or Bob? Okay, Bob is he's been waiting a while.
Okay, you ready?
Namo Vignadaya Krishna Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pushpanjali Namaste Shastunyavani Praskanya Dasatadane. Hare Krishna. How fortunate to go after Balaram. Thank you. Such an inspiration. I'm sitting out here and I'm like reeling, how am I going to approach this? How do you describe somebody you never met? It's like I was reflecting on, without glorifying inappropriate personalities, like the founding fathers of the United States. We've never met them, and so many people, have this great outlook on their lives and their personalities, and but whatever accomplishment makes can't even pale to Srila Prabhupada, because when I meet people, fortunately, I was born at a time where I have association with people who have met Srila Prabhupada, and he must have been a great personality because he's affected so many people in such a positive way. I'll stop after this, but getting back to the founding fathers, they motivated people to go out and defend their country, and it's like, so what? What are they defending? This United States, Rome lasted 1,000 years or so, and it's gone. I don't think the United States is going to make it that long. But Prabhupada's accomplishments, they keep getting bigger, and they don't progress as fast as something like the United States of America, but I don't think I don't think they're ever going to go away, because it's, you know, it's all about your heart and your desire and your purpose. And having not been introduced to Srila Prabhupada and the Lord and the San Diego Hare Krishna Temple, if I found myself in Pacific Beach, there's a good chance I would be on this same block in a different establishment. I won't elaborate on that, but how fortunate I am. You know, I was raised, I had good parents. They had values, but I was never instilled with, you know, spiritual ideas. So I'm so fortunate to have met the devotees, and there's so many individuals that I've come in contact with, and you know, they all speak of Srila Prabhupada and his intentions and his accomplishments. And you know, I feel like I know this man, and I know I said I wouldn't go back there, but I don't feel like I have any intimate association with any of the founding fathers that I spent a good part of my life hearing about. And so he must have been an incredibly great personality, and surely empowered by Krishna, because, you know, I'm quite the fallen soul. And I, as many devotees have said this morning, I don't know if I was looking for anything or not, but I certainly wasn't looking for Krishna. And by Prabhupada's mercy, the devotees found me, brought me here, and I've been given that gift. And I've been coming around here for a long time, and I still consider myself quite the neophyte. But that's okay, because I have people here that love me and accept me, and they guide me. You know, I could sit here and you know, chat off a list a mile long and spend the rest of the afternoon, and I'm so fortunate to have their association, and it's all by Srila Prabhupada's mercy. And Balaram had to say something about getting emotional, so I'm going to stop here, because that was not a consideration or a concern before Balaram came up, and I'm feeling quite emotional right now. But thank you so much, Srila Prabhupada, and thank you so much to all of his disciples that have accepted me and given me the love and the guidance that I needed to stop doing the things that I was doing, because I don't think without that, I think without that, there's no way I would have made it this far. So all glory to Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Bhakti Bhav. Hare Krishna. Guru Krishna Prabhu will now read Satsarup Maharaj's offering.
It's right there, right?
Yeah.
Short? Just right here.
Where's the
Just a little bit on the next page.
Yeah, it goes over there.
Hare Krishna. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swamini Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharne Nirvashesha Shunyavadi Paskatya Deshatarne. This is the Vyasa Puja offering by His Holiness Satrup Das Goswami Maharaj, who kindly initiated me some time ago. He has number 1. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept this, or it's worse than useless. You have given me spiritual life, so my time is yours. You want me to be happy in Krishna consciousness. You want me to spread Krishna consciousness, working with my brothers and sisters in the Society for Krishna Consciousness. Please accept these lines made so I can recollect you, made in separation from you. Number 2. We live here until we die, and we can always remember those 11 years. Think of you sitting in a rocking chair in backyard of Dallas, one of many places you traveled, 80 years old, Mississippi farm, walking through the grass. Your servant, Satchup Das Goswami.
Thank you, Guru Krishna. Hare Krishna Prabhu. Thank you. And now, Mukunda Charan Prabhu. Who is it? Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Sampara and then Mukunda Charan.
She had me read it early on.
Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharani Navasesha Sunyavadi Pushpanjali. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my most humble obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace. Another year has flown by, and again I sit at my computer trying to find the words to glorify you. This is always so hard for me. Not because you're unworthy of glorification, but because I have no love or gratitude in my heart. It pains me to admit that, but why else would I have no words to glorify someone as magnanimous as yourself? You are completely selfless. You left your home and family at the age of 69 and ventured to a foreign land just to help malechas like myself find the true meaning of life. For 30+ days, you endured heart attacks, seasickness, separation from Vrindavan, eating mostly cold cereal that you had brought with you. You did all this because you took the order of your guru as your life and soul. In fact, you didn't even want to come to this material world. But Krishna said, "You just go and write those books, and I will take care of everything." When I hear about all the hardships you endured to come here, even my hard heart melts, and I cry thinking about them. But they are just crocodile tears. For what good are my tears if they don't impel me to help you in your mission to save the conditioned souls? Please, Srila Prabhupada, help me to have the desire to become sincere. Even after so many years in your movement, I still have no desire to get out of this material entanglement. I've experienced the departure of so many devotees over the years, many of whom were my good friends, but I still have no conception that death will someday come to me as well. All I can do right now is to just hang on to your lotus feet and the lotus feet of Radha Giridhari, and not leave the association of your devotees. Please help me to do that. Your insignificant servant, Sampada Dasi.
Thank you, Sampara. Hare Krishna. Mukunda.
Om Ajnana-timirandasya Jnananjana-sharakaya Chakshur Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine. Namaste Sarasvate Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschati Deshatarine. I unfortunately failed to write a proper offering, so I thought to speak on something which has been on my mind a lot over this especially over the past year. That is that ours is a preaching movement, a movement for sharing Krishna consciousness, of course becoming Krishna conscious, but sharing Krishna consciousness. And it's difficult for me because it gives a lot of anxiety to try to share Krishna consciousness, not just focus on your own Krishna consciousness, but to try to share it gives me a lot of anxiety. One reason being that someone may come to the temple for the first time, and I'm very happy, and I'm happy, and then maybe I'll see some nice qualities in them, see that they're interested in Krishna consciousness, and it makes me very happy. And I'll naturally, some of these people I'll develop relationships with them, and I'll see them, practice Krishna consciousness more and more, and like Krishna consciousness, appreciate different aspects of Krishna consciousness, and it makes me very happy. But it gives me a lot of anxiety, because then I'm just in so much anxiety. What if something goes wrong? Like, what if I say the wrong thing? What if someone else says the wrong thing? And I feel like I'm almost trying to micromanage everything around these people whom I develop relationships with, because I'm so afraid that something may go wrong, and I need to compensate for. I need to kind of solve it. Some would certainly say it's a kind of a codependence. Every night I have like a list of certain people whom I consider devotees, but whom I also consider in danger of maybe slipping away or something. And so it's a lot of anxiety. And so I've seen in myself this tendency to try to solve it, like that I'm going to be their best friend, or that I'm somehow just going to fix every little thing that maybe someone said the wrong thing. Maybe like a devotee kind of spoke to them in the wrong way or in the right way, and they took it the wrong way. And I'm trying to put out these little small fires, with these few people whom I kind of am invested in, whom I care about, but who are, not really solidly fixed yet in Krishna consciousness. And so that tends to be my experience when it comes to preaching or sharing Krishna consciousness, that it's, I'm just always thinking like, well, what can I do? What do I need to do? How can I solve this? And then more and more, and especially over the past year or so, I've really just been seeing how I've experienced that the first time I really take like a sigh, like a breath of relief, is when I see that the person has finally made the connection that Srila Prabhupada is like the real deal, as we say, once they finally kind of see that, once they finally develop an appreciation, then I feel like there's some safety there, like there's some now that's good. Then I mean, of course, there's a long way to go, maybe, but just seeing that is it's like the greatest step is just to see that this person now sees Srila Prabhupada as an authority. And sometimes it can be like a big step, like maybe the person likes certain things, and maybe I can somehow find something they like and really hit home there and really focus on that, and convince them that this is exactly what they're looking for, even if it's not. And it seems like I'm almost trying to trick them into continuing with Krishna consciousness. That's like, a misconception or kind of tendency I have. But when I see that someone has finally made the connection, or really identified Srila Prabhupada, I mean, no one can fully understand Srila Prabhupada, but has seen that Srila Prabhupada is genuine and is an authority, then it's just such a relief. And then at that point, actually, I've seen over the years that at that point, like that's almost like that's like a turning point, like my relationship with that person often. It's like that's the point where I'm no longer so much in anxiety for the person. I'm like trying to be their friend, or I'm trying to explain things in the best way for that person. But at that point, often that person all of a sudden becomes like a guru to me, because they start to kind of see things like, this is how Prabhupada would see it, this is how he spoke on it. And I think that's really their foundation. And that's really the lens they're seeing things through, is how did Prabhupada see this. And so I'm trying, and I think more recently I've been, hopefully realizing that my job isn't to try to be a devotee's best friend, or a new person's best friend, or be like their individual person who's going to fix everything and explain everything just the right way. Really, I've just been seeing that if they can just see Srila Prabhupada appropriately, if they can just recognize Srila Prabhupada, then they are solid. And I was thinking when there was one devotee who used to live in San Diego, and he had a lot of really difficult conditioning, like all the, breaking all the regulative principles. Like that was his life, like really enjoying, very, a lot of good karma to enjoy. And, but, enjoy unhealthy activities ultimately. And so he had a hard time, and still, it seems he's still having a hard time getting over these bad habits. But I always remember that, like in an early conversation I had with him, he said, Prabhupada's perfect. And I was kind of surprised that he said that, because I thought, I wasn't sure, where he's coming from. He has these different ideas, and he has these different bad habits, and he said, Prabhupada's perfect. And he was kind of just, and I was kind of seeing that because he's had that conviction, he's had that realization that he doesn't resent the different aspects of the process of Krishna consciousness, even though the things he's not following. He really accepts that Srila Prabhupada is perfect in his intention and his instruction, and it's just a matter of him kind of getting on board. And so even, that's, years, and whenever I, hear from him or see him, he may be struggling this way, but he has it's just like his default. Like there's no question of him. Of course, Maya's strong, but from one perspective, I feel like there's no question of him really forgetting that Krishna consciousness is the real thing, because he's seen that Prabhupada is the real thing. And so that's been something on my mind lately, is that's really my objective, is because I will let a person down. I will certainly let a person down. And so I can be in so much anxiety of how to cover that and make myself some big charismatic person for that person. But it's just unnecessary anxiety. And when really the safe thing is to show that, is to help them understand that Srila Prabhupada will not let them down. I will also just add briefly, because I don't want it to be imbalanced, that some may not see it like this, but I do have faith that Srila Prabhupada is not the only person who will not let you down in this world, that there are other devotees who will also not let you down. So I don't want to just say that it's just a matter of only connecting one to Srila Prabhupada and his perfection. I don't want that to be imbalanced. But thank you so much, Srila Prabhupada, for coming to this world and then coming to the West to give us someone in which we can have faith. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Mukunda. Mukunda Charan Prabhu. Tyler, did you want to say something? Hare Krishna.
Hey everyone, it was really inspirational to hear from my associates. There's a lot of takeaways there. It was actually really sweet. Last year was my first year in the ashram for this experience, and I remember Bhakta Daniel went up, and he spoke very shortly, but he spoke from the heart, and I realized, oh, you can do it like that, And he had just been here for a couple months, but he really had some nice things to say. I didn't plan on speaking today, but Mukunda was encouraging me and Bhakta Bob to say something. So I think I'd like to try to follow that approach. I thought of a couple things. I was thinking about how fortunate we are that Prabhupada came to America and how different things would be if Prabhupada never came to America. I know that's a pretty blanket statement, but if Prabhupada hadn't come and give us the fortune of Bhakti Yoga and Japa meditation, we wouldn't have disciples of Prabhupada. And the beautiful thing of living in the ashram and being in a community like this is that we can serve the disciples of Srila Prabhupada. So we're serving him very directly through their disciples. I remember talking with Balaram like 2 years ago when I was thinking about, what would it be like to live in the ashram and be a brahmachari? And I remember saying, this gives us the opportunity to train up so that we can help the next generation. We can be there for them. What I didn't realize, and I learned very quickly, was that it's about us pleasing Prabhupada's disciples. It's about us behaving in ways that makes them proud. And that happened, two things. One happened right when I joined, and they're both by way of Deva Radhadasa. I remember I had all these books I wanted to read when I showed up. I'm like, look at this library. Look at all these books. I'm going to read this, and this. And he goes, stop. You read Prabhupada's books. And I said, well, no, but look at this. He says, no, if you read Prabhupada's books, the senior devotees and Prabhupada's disciples will be happy with you. And that's what we're trying to do. So I thought, okay, this system's about making them happy, less about what I'm doing. And then I was with the Moga Leela Dasa in LA for their morning program earlier this week. And I saw the brahmacharis were there bright and early, and they were fired up, and they were dancing nicely and chanting. And I remember asking Devavrata Das afterwards, hey, are the brahmacharis there every morning, fired up? He says, yeah. I go, why? He goes, because we have a lot of Prabhupada disciples here, and we want to please them. So I'm mentioning this because it's so fortunate that we have disciples of Srila Prabhupada who personally associated with him, and we get that mercy now, and we get to please them. I mean, in my life, Prabhupada came to America, and he brought us this, and I had done a lot of seeking before I found Bhakti Yoga and Japa meditation, and I was unsatisfied. So if Prabhupada hadn't come to America, I wouldn't have found the spiritual path. So I'm very fortunate that that happened. I was thinking about two stories. Anytime we get to hear about Prabhupada, that's why it's so great to serve disciples of Prabhupada. They can share Prabhupada's stories with you. And there's always a takeaway. There's always something really important when you hear the story. You see perfection occurring in terms of preaching, time, place, and circumstance, and you say, okay, I'm going to remember that now. Okay, and Prabhupada said or taught that. So I don't know the major beats of these stories, but they struck me in two different ways. One was, I think they were looking through a keyhole or something. They were observing Prabhupada, who was alone in a room, and he was speaking to a mouse. And he was going, why did you take this body? Look what you've done to yourself. Yeah, why? And he's having a conversation with the mouse. Like, what are you doing in this life? Why did you become a mouse? Then the other one, which I think struck more home for me, was he had asked someone to clean his office. And so the devotee did a really nice job in their mind cleaning the office, really nicely. And so when Prabhupada came back in, he saw the devotee standing there almost pridefully, like, hey, check it out, So Prabhupada looked around, grabbed his stapler, lifted his stapler, pulled a little dust out of the stapler, and went like this. So I always took that away. So whenever I get a little too prideful in my service or think I've done it too nice, I go, okay, stapler dust. I got to go clean the stapler dust out of the heart. So I feel fortunate that I'm here. I feel fortunate that I can serve Prabhupada's disciples. Hopefully we can get as much training from them as possible while they're still here so that we can be that beacon of truth and light for the next generation, and we can reflect Prabhupada perfectly, who is a perfect guru. And we're fortunate to have him. Thank you for letting me share today. And I appreciate everybody here. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Bhakti Tyler. And I don't know, have anyone else on the list? Dimitri. That's good.
Hare Krishna, everybody. Namo Vishnu Paraya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimati Chaitanya Chandra Charan Prabhu Iti Namine Namo Vishnu Paraya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nivacheshishu Nivari Paschitya Deshitarine. I didn't prepare a big offering, I just wanted to say a few things. Thank you very much for expressing your words of gratitude to Srila Prabhupada today. And I actually came to Krishna consciousness through online resources, and I first heard the Maha Mantra on YouTube, and it made a great impact in my life. I immediately realized that it is something very potent and strong, this type of practice. And a few weeks later, when I was chanting the mantra, I met Vijay Prabhu at the park, and he gave me a few books to read. And when I was reading these books, I was holding them, and I was just feeling a very special and strong connection to the words, to the commentaries of Srila Prabhupada, and I couldn't put them down. I was reading them, and I was experiencing a very blissful outcome from that experience. And relationship between guru and a disciple are sanctioned and controlled by the supreme authorities. So it doesn't just happen that we, out of our own efforts, can get this opportunity to practice Krishna consciousness. So I'm very, very grateful to have this opportunity, to have met the devotees and come across Srila Prabhupada's books. Therefore, in my practices and my services, I try to also go out and distribute these books to people, because I feel that this is the least I can do to be grateful to Srila Prabhupada. And sometimes when I'm having a hard time during book distribution, I just open the books and I look at the picture of Srila Prabhupada and I find the inspiration, you know. And often on I ask people if they have ever met a saintly person before. And if they say no, then I just tell them, these are the books of a saintly person. So Srila Prabhupada to me is an example and an object of love and a great teacher and my eternal spiritual master. So he's the possessor of the most unique qualities, and he actually personified the teachings that he presents. And bhakti yoga, this practice is not, sometimes could be very difficult. You know, we having problems that can deviate us from this practice. But even Srila Prabhupada says that I'm not perfect. I just have a little taste for Krishna bhakti, and therefore I just come to spread it all over the world. So I simply pray that people who get our books and who come in association with devotees, who come to hear the holy name or the words of Srila Prabhupada, I just pray that they also get this taste and experience the bliss of bhakti yoga, because this is something that keeps helping me, and I pray that other people also get that benefit. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Bhakti Dimitri Prabhu. Govardhan Prabhu, you're on. I want to apologize. I spaced out. I didn't remember your name. I'm already senile. It's a little harder on 3 hours sleep. Mangalarti was very blissful this morning.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharini Nirvishesha Shunyavani Paschatya Dishacharini Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, everyone. So they say that the grandchild is gets more mercy from the grandfather than the father. So in my broken language, I'd like to try to glorify Srila Prabhupada in my little way. So there's this question that arises in my mind: what am I doing here? You know. We have bead bags of Srila Prabhupada, we have Srila Prabhupada's books, we have little pins of Srila Prabhupada, but who is Srila Prabhupada to us? And so I want to try to talk about this. They say that the body can end in 3 ways: ashes, stool, or it's buried. So before Krishna consciousness, I could say that this would have probably took place sooner. I was living a very not so good life. But now that I met the devotees and representatives of Srila Prabhupada, my life has changed. So when I go on book distribution, I tell them this, and I say these books, they transformed my life. So they start asking me about Srila Prabhupada's books, so I tell them the significance of them. And if Lord Brahma tried speaking to an ant and he was trying to tell the ant his duration of life, right? Higher topics, how he created the universe, the ant will not be able to understand because it's not within his capacity. So similarly, I am the worm in the stool, and Srila Prabhupada is trying to educate me in Krishna consciousness, but I can't. So I'm so unqualified in so many ways, but nonetheless, Srila Prabhupada, he gave me shelter through his representatives, my spiritual master. And so we always chant this in the morning. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhyevacha. So compassion for the so that translates as, compassion for the fallen conditioned soul. So I have to really reflect, who am I? So, sorry for being emotional. So, one thing I noticed is that
we've gotten the basic message of how deeply you feel about Prabhupada. Sure, if it's too much to go on, we can let you off the hook.
I want to try.
Go like this.
So, when I'm trying to advance in Krishna consciousness, I look at my phone, and all of the names, they'll end with Prabhu or, Maharaj, like that. So I noticed that I'm replacing all of my old friends with devotee friends. So I can say that, through Srila Prabhupada, I know what family is and what friends are. So, I'm not a nice preacher or anything like that, but my own little contribution is through book distribution. And so, the last time I went out, there was a fun incident. I met these couple from Hawaii, and they told me, there's people that get books, but they don't read the books. So I said, we're not like that. We're the type of people that get books and we read them. And so I asked them, why do you say that? So they said, just by your words, we can tell that these books are very special. So I told them that these are transcendental literature and they're not ordinary books. And so when I meet people, they can see like a ray of light in this dark material world. And it's all due to the compassion for Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna. So when you give a child a very rare diamond, he doesn't understand the value of it. So what we have is a very priceless jewel from Srila Prabhupada. So we should take advantage, and we should try to share these books with everyone. I'm sorry if you can't even understand what I'm saying. So, okay, that's all. Hare Krishna.
TJ. Thank you, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to make an offering? Hare Krishna. I guess that's my answer.
Michelle said she'd say something short.
Michelle. Thank you. Sorry, not much sleep. Yeah. You ready? Okay. You're next. Maharaj is next. Thank you, Michelle. No, you're on. Right here.
Hare Krishna, everyone. Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances. I don't have anything prepared. So please bear with me. I'm just gonna speak from whatever I have in my heart. And what I have is gratitude towards Prabhupada because he did save my life. And I'm just very grateful. And I know maybe I don't reciprocate as much as I should, but I try. And before Krishna consciousness, even though materially I would have everything, I have loving parents, I have, wealth and so many things, I never felt satisfied. And we all know why, because I was missing, Krishna consciousness. And even though I knew that God existed and that he was with me, I just didn't know who he was. And it's thanks to Prabhupada that I know that God has a form, that Krishna is everything. And I'm so grateful to Prabhupada that he connected me in a deeper way to the most important thing to me, which is Krishna. And so I'm also very grateful for everyone here, for all the devotees, because without them, I wouldn't feel the happiness that I feel now. I'm still attached, to material things, and I'm struggling. But I'm so thankful to Prabhupada because not a single day goes by that I stay in my bed depressed or anxious, because I know that Krishna is waiting for me. Krishna is waiting for us. And so knowing that he's playing the flute eternally, calling us back, and that I need to reciprocate that calling by chanting the Maha Mantra. So it's all because of Prabhupada. It's all because, we know he didn't get enough sleep. He was washing pots. He was doing so many things to train so many devotees to just save all of us and so many people around the world. It's just amazing and mind-blowing what he did. He's just a superhero. And I still remember, a few years ago, Balaram said that Krishna consciousness is finding Krishna consciousness is like finding a winning lottery ticket. So what you do with that, you grab it, you cash it out, you take advantage of it. You don't let it go. And so that really got stuck in my mind. Thank you, Balaram. And that's a motivation to get up, to chant the holy names, to pray to Krishna, that we can help others to get closer to him and closer to Prabhupada and closer to other devotees. And so, yes, thank you so much to everyone, and thank you so much, Prabhupada. You really are the savior of the fallen. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Thank you, Michelle. Very nice. Maharaj?
Just thinking about Prabhupada being compared to a superhero. That's pretty cool. Do you want to read from the book? Yeah. I don't have to memorize. No. Beginning. Number 2. And small print. Wish me luck. So this offering was something I was thinking about for some time, and it kind of grew. So it's a bit long, but there it is. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharane Nirvasesha Sunyavadi Bhaskacha Desatarani. So this has a title, The Power of a Vaishnava's Tears. Srila Prabhupada arrived in Boston Harbor in September of 1965. After disembarking from the Jaladuta for a short walk in the city, he returned to the ship, and having seen firsthand the challenge that lay before him, he expressed his heart in a poem, Margane Bhagavata Dharma, Teaching Krishna Consciousness in America. He began by writing, My dear Lord Krishna, you are so kind upon this useless soul. Srila Prabhupada then presented his appeal. How will I make them understand this message of Krishna consciousness? I'm very unfortunate, unqualified, and most fallen. Therefore I'm seeking your benediction so that I can convince them, for I am powerless to do so on my own. He concluded the poem, I have no devotion, nor do I have any knowledge. And he signed it, the most unfortunate, insignificant beggar. Let me state right from here that in so many ways the theme of this offering, Srila Prabhupada crying out to Krishna, is far beyond my pay grade, far above my level of realization. It is said that a bird flies in the sky according to its own strength. My strength is certainly limited. Still, in an attempt to glorify the depth of Srila Prabhupada's surrender and compassion, let me try. The Oxford Dictionary defines crying as to shed tears in distress, pain, or sorrow, an expression of powerful feeling or emotion, an urgent appeal, a cry for help. This state is experienced by both the materialists and the Vaishnavas, but there's a world of difference between the two. One experience is like iron, while the other is like gold. One type of crying binds one to suffering, while the other type liberates. How is this contradiction, the same apparent state, producing opposite results, reconciled in a Vaishnava? We find this explained by Prahlad Maharaj, quote, I'm not at all afraid of material existence, for wherever I stay, I'm fully absorbed in Hey Govinda. Here we go. We find that Prahlad Maharaj states, I'm not afraid of material existence, for wherever I stay, I'm fully absorbed in thoughts of your glories and activities. My concern is only for the fools and rascals who are making elaborate plans for material happiness. I am simply concerned with love for them. Bhagavatam 7:9-43. The great sage Narada explained the process of transforming the mundane into the sublime. O great soul, does not a thing therapeutically treated cure the disease which was caused by that very same thing? Also from the Bhagavatam. What is that therapeutic application which made Srila Prabhupada's crying sublime? The answer is that it was his intense concern for the suffering of the conditioned souls. He was not crying due to his own condition, but due to the suffering of others. This prolonged compassion is a core element found in the advanced devotee's heart. We see the same mood of compassion woven throughout the Gaudiya Vaishnava line. It is an essential element of our tradition. In Chaitanya Charitamrita, this spirit is expressed in the meditation of Srila Advaitacharya. Seeing the condition of the world, Advaitacharya began to think seriously how all these people could be delivered from the clutches of Maya. Srila Advaitacharya Prabhu thought, if Krishna himself appears in order to distribute the cult of devotional service, then only will liberation
be possible for all people. With that consideration, Advaita Acharya, promising to cause the Lord to descend, began to worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna with tulsi leaves and water from the Ganga. By loud cries, he invited Krishna to appear, and this repeated invitation attracted Krishna to descend. We're talking about what is the power to control Krishna. He's a Jita, he's unconquerable. How is it that Krishna is conquered? So that's what we're talking about here. And why that means, what is the value of that? Srila Advaita Acharya Prabhu's heartfelt appeal, his crying on behalf of those suffering in this world, was so powerful that Krishna was compelled to descend. The Lord could not resist Advaita Acharya's appeal. We find this mood of compassion expressed by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself. This is from Chaitanya Charitamrita. My name is Vishnubar, one who maintains the entire universe. Its meaning will be actualized if I can fill the whole universe with love of Godhead. Thus the Lord brought the desire tree of devotional service to this world and became its gardener. He sowed the seed and sprinkled it with the water of his will. I am the only gardener. If I do not distribute these fruits, what shall I do with them? How many fruits can I eat alone? Right on time. Therefore distribute the Krishna consciousness movement all over the world. Let people eat these fruits, ultimately become free from old age and death. In the Sat Goswami Astika of Srila Srinivas Thakur, we find the same thread in his description of the mood and activities of the 6 Goswamis. So quoting from that Sat Goswami Astika. They are engaged in missionary activities meant for the delivery of all conditioned souls in the material world. In order to deliver the conditioned souls, they accepted loincloth, treating themselves as mendicants. In this same mood, in 1958, sitting alone in Vrindavan and meditating on the mission of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur had given him, Srila Prabhupada wrote his poem, Vrindavan Bhajan. Here's an excerpt. The Madhyama Adhikari, therefore, being compassionate, gives mercy to the innocent souls by awakening devotion in them. The Supreme Lord acts according to the will of the Vaishnavas. Therefore, by the mercy of the Vaishnavas, the bewildered can be awakened. The Vaishnavas can awaken the sleeping world. By their mercy, the sinful can all become devotees. Therefore, they do not perform nirjana bhajan, solitary worship. That world-cheating process is for the Kanistha Adhikaris, the neophyte devotees. Because here's the thing, people are talking, oh, I want to become advanced in spiritual life. Yeah, I'm going to go to Vrindavan and find Krishna in a bush. So, if the goal is Krishna, how to capture Krishna? How to bring Krishna down? And is it by deep austerities? Is it by living on a chickpea in a cave in the Himalayas? How do we actually do that? And people will tell you, oh, you go to Vrindavan, you get into your, what is my Siddha Swarup, and I know I'm a peacock, and I'll be sitting in my room, meow, meow, and the other thing, they say so many, but how does it actually happen? And it's not what we think. And Prabhupada says that, if she makes a whole lot of noise, I love her, but bye-bye. She's okay now. When I give you an evil eye, which I apologize for, because otherwise they're distracted. That's the thing. There we go. She's confirmed. We're friends. I did her grain servings, so she's all right. All right. Because we're going, so there's a purpose. Because we've got devotees going to Vrindavan. They go to Vrindavan, and oh, I heard the flutes. There, so many different things. We want that goal. We want to be able to hear that flute. We want to be the intimate association of Krishna. But how to actually do it? It's not what you think. Prabhupada's giving this secret for attracting Krishna. Everybody likes a secret, right? So this is an intimate secret. The Madhyama Adhikari, therefore being compassionate, gives his mercy on the innocent souls by awakening devotion in them. Supreme Lord acts according to the will of the Vaishnavas and awakens the sleeping world. By the performance of such Sankirtan, there will be a remembrance automatically. Then there will be Nirjana Bhajan manifested within the heart spontaneously. It is not proper for the Vaishnavas to remain so uncompassionate. Srila Vishnu Chakravarti Thakur writes in the Madhurya Kandamabini, look at this conclusion and see what his judgment is. Prabhupada's writing to his godbrothers. Confirmed. Prabhupada's writing to his godbrothers. And they're renounced, they're sitting in Vrindavan, they're sitting in Mayapur, and rightly so, want to intimately associate with Krishna. What did Prabhupada reach that goal? There's no question about it. And how did he reach that goal? Did he reach that goal by thinking about himself? How am I going to be delivered? How am I going to read? It's like by not looking for it, but simply thinking about others, he got it. Pure devotion of Krishna. The Madhurya Kandambini. This is the, people read the Madhurya Kandambini because it describes Krishna's activities in Vrindavan. And I'm not deprecating it. I'm just saying for our time, for our place within ISKCON. And people go in Vrindavan and they read this Madhurya Kandambini about the different activities of Krishna during the day, and they think they're going to become absorbed in pure, they're going to be transfixed, realize their rasa with Krishna. They think that's how they're going to do it. And you hear it. If you go to Radhakund, this is what they're always telling you. I guarantee you, in your spiritual life, if you go to Vrindavan and even if you hang around here, well, the Hare Krishnas, they're the blue collar wing of Vaishnavas. They're just out there working hard. They're opening temples. They're distributing books. Okay, that's because they're passionate. Therefore, they're working in the field like that. But if you're really advanced, you shut down all of that and you go to Vrindavan and you seek out higher things and higher truths and higher realizations. And let the Hare Krishnas slave away. I had a man, a sannyasi in the Gaudiya Math, tell me that your Bhaktivedanta Swami, he was a householder, he'd been a businessman, so he could go to the West and associate with these people. But, you know, for us, we're too cultured. We couldn't do that. But that's not what actually, Prabhupada, when he was in New York City, you know, the first thing, they want to go to New York City, you see the Statue of Liberty, you know, let my people breathe free, bring me the huddled masses, they see the statue. Prabhupada arrived in, and they want to go to Disneyland when they get there and stop in Las Vegas on the way. When Prabhupada came to America, you know what Prabhupada's, and New York at that time really was the capital of the world. Prabhupada's observation about New York City, whole place smelled like dog stool. He was not at all impressed. It was horrible. Prabhupada, when he would walk up the steps to where he was staying in the Bowery, there would be drunks passed out on the steps. Prabhupada would have had to step over them. But Prabhupada, in his own Vaishnava vision, said that they were merciful. Prabhupada said they would pass out on the steps, 4 or 5 drunks. And Prabhupada's got to walk up. Prabhupada said they would see me coming, and they would say, "Here comes Swami, roll over." And this to each other. And they'd roll out of the way. Prabhupada would walk up the steps, then they would roll back. Prabhupada said, in this way they were offering dandavats. You know, they were offering their pranams. So we have no idea what Prabhupada went through. Prabhupada was staying with that group, what was it, Carl and his wife? And they had a bunch of cats. And Prabhupada had to keep his ingredients for cooking his simple prasadam with their cat food. I mean, it's just inconceivable. So they said, well, that he could do that because, you know, he was a householder in it, but we're purified. We are Saraswati Brahmins, you know, we could not do that. But what actually drove Prabhupada and what actually captured Krishna was Prabhupada's burning compassion for the conditioned souls. That's what attracted Krishna. He wasn't attracted by the, anyway, you got the picture. So we'll just read a little bit more and we'll be done. The Madhurya Kandambini describes the process for attaining the highest levels of pure love for Sri Sri Radha and Krishna. The conclusion and judgment of Srila Vishnu Chakravarti Thakur is that, and that Srila Prabhupada underscores in his Vrindavan Bhajan, is that Radha and Krishna have combined as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. You want Radha Krishna, but actually they've combined as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And as there's Bhajan, the particular seva, this Madhurya Kanda meaning how to serve Radha and Krishna. Well, Radha, Krishna, and Kali Yuga have combined as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Therefore, what is the seva that attracts Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? Just as they're sitting in Vrindavan meditating on Radha and Krishna's pastimes, but now they've combined as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So what pastime should we meditate on? Meditation on the pastimes opens what is our Siddha Sarup, what is our position in Vrindavan, what is the inner truth of Krishna. That's the meditation that does it. So in this age, when Radha Krishna, this is a underhand, slow pitch with a softball. You guys should be able to hit it. If meditation on Radha Krishna and their pastimes opens the key to Vrindavan and my Siddha Sarup and everything I need to know, then if Radha and Krishna have combined as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, what is that pastime that we should meditate on that will accomplish that same thing, revealing all of Vrindavan, our Siddha Sarup, and everything we need to know? Any guess? The Sankirtan mission. Lord Chaitanya's pastimes. That's the same thing. In fact, it is the appropriate medicine for this time. So that's what Srila Vishnu Chakravarti Thakur is saying, and that's what Srila Prabhupada's underscoring to his god brothers in Vrindavan. Hey, wake up. This is how you're going to get what you're looking for. Okay. By being fully and purely absorbed in Mahaprabhu's Leela of delivering the conditioned souls, one will naturally achieve the desired result of Nirjana Bhajan, the highest perfection of meditation on Radha and Krishna. In other words, meditation on Lord Chaitanya equals meditation on Radha and Krishna. Srila Prabhupada and Srila Vishnu Chakravarti Thakur make this point that being absorbed in Mahaprabhu's Leela of delivering the conditioned souls is the equivalent of being absorbed in the Leelas of Radha and Krishna. Such fixed meditation and absorption in executing the will of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu yields the goal of Nirjana Bhajana, pure Krishna Prema. We don't have to go anywhere. It's good to go to Vrindavan, I'm not saying that, but we don't have to go anywhere. We don't have to, okay, I did Sankirtan for so many years, now let me do something higher. I'm a pujari worshiping the deities so that when the devotees come, they're enlivened and inspired to read Prabhupada's. You don't have to do anything else. That's it. Not only is that it, it's not like, okay, well, I could go to Vrindavan and perform Nirjana Bhajan, and that will be a good thing. That's what I should be doing. Or, I could also do this, serve in the Sankirtan mission. I'm not even saying they're equal portions. I'm not saying. Prabhupada says in his Vrindavan Bhajan, Vrindavan Das Thakur says it, Vishnu Chakravarti Thakur says it, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur says it. So it's confirmed that it's not that equal. Let me live in Vrindavan and go into my internal meditation, or let me serve Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission. Rather, if you serve Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission, you are guaranteed success. This you may become a monkey. Who knows what's going to happen to you? So it's not an equal. It's actually, this is the process. This is the secret. This is the way to go. In addition to the conviction that this is the best means of meditation, Srila Prabhupada found encouragement in Srila Vishnu Chakravarti Thakur's commentary on Bhagavad Gita 241, the verse beginning Vyavasayatmaka buddhir ekeha karunandana. Those who are on this path are resolute in purpose and their aim is one. In the purport of Srimad Bhagavatam, Srila Prabhupada writes this about the Thakur's commentary. And Prabhupada said, I personally heard Prabhupada say that this is the secret for spiritual advancement. Everybody wants one thing. Hey, just give me one. What is the express route? Give me the one. I want to cut through the Gordonian knot. That's the whole story. What is this? To untie a huge, complicated thing? What's the one thing? Life is complicated. The Vedas are varied. What is the one thing? Here's from Prabhupada's commentary on that fixed point. What is that fixed pointed, one-pointed fixed intelligence? What is that? It is also the verdict of Srila Vishnu Thakur, who, while explaining a verse in Bhagavad Gita, Vyavasatmika Bhut here, points out that the order of the spiritual master is the substance of the disciple. The disciple should not consider whether he's going back to Godhead. His first business should be to execute the order of his spiritual master. Thus, the disciple should always meditate on the order of the spiritual master. That is the perfectional meditation. Srila Prabhupada reflecting further on this perfectional meditation. Prabhupada quotes, Vishnu Chakravarti Thakur said that this is my life. Whether I will be successful or not successful, it doesn't matter. I must take the words of my Guru Maharaj as my life and soul. By such determination and focused surrender, Prabhupada knew that he would achieve the perfection of meditation. People tell him, don't leave Vrindavan. You can't, if you leave Vrindavan, how will you become, and you die out? Prabhupada thought he was going to die. It was a very strong possibility. I mean, he was thinking like that. And they were saying, oh, Swamiji, you're too old. If you die outside of Vrindavan, how will you attain perfection? Prabhupada was saying, if I don't fulfill the order of my spiritual master, how will I obtain perfection? That's the actual conclusion. If I don't worship Chaitanya Mahaprabhu by his preferred Leela, which is delivering the conditioned souls, how will I attain perfection? He wasn't thinking, how can I move to Radhakund and shut everything off and meditate 24 hours a day on the pastimes of Radha and Krishna? Fine, if you can do that. But actually, you'll achieve a higher result faster with a greater guarantee if your meditation is on the order of one's spiritual master, how to execute that, and on the pastimes of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, which is the Sankirtan mission. That's the silver bullet, so to speak. We only have this one page, we'll be done. But Srila Prabhupada knew the risk of his old age in unwelcoming foreign land. Oh, this is a nice pastime, I forgot. The Sevata at Advaitacharya's, well, I'll just say this. It was about 1985. There was the Goswami in charge of the Advaitacharya's place in Shantipur. At that place in Shantipur is where Lord Nityananda and Advaitacharya used to meet and plan out the Sankirtan mission. The man in charge of that place, I'm trying the right word, but it means that their family, for many generations since Advaitacharya's time, have maintained that place. He came one time on Gaur Purnim to Mayapur, 1985. And Jayapatakarma narrates the story, and Bhavananda, so many people were there. And he had a Back to Godhead magazine with him, with a picture of Prabhupada on the cover. And he said, he did it! He did it! They think, what is he talking about? He did it! So it was, people were making offerings at Mayapur time. So they gave the man the mic. Let's see what he has to say. Because he was a respected Vaishnava coming, in this line of maintaining Advaitacharya's place. And he said that he knew Prabhupada when Prabhupada was a Bhai Babu. Prabhupada is a householder. When he would go to Mayapur, he said, Mayapur is my place of worship. He would, he'd go to the birthplace of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, so many different things. And he would also go to this Shantipur, the place of Advaitacharya, where Advaitacharya and Lord Nityananda used to plan the Sankirtan mission. So he knew Prabhupada. Then he hadn't seen Prabhupada for a number of years. And one day, this is a big hint, in 1965, he saw an old sannyasi sitting in the corner, chanting japa and crying. And he thought, what's this person's distress? So he went over and he looked and he said, Abhay Babu? Prabhupada said, yes. It was Prabhupada had taken sannyas, and a few days before Prabhupada got on that boat, and the Jaladut and the whole thing, he went to the place of Advaitacharya, and Nityananda, where they used to plan out the Sankirtan mission, and he was praying, please help me. I'm your agent. I'm going to the West. And they said that this narrating to the devotee, the Purohit or the Goswami priest at Advaita, Shantipur Advaitacharya's place, he said, Prabhupada said, so he said, why are you crying? He said, he has given me an impossible mission. It is impossible, but I have to do it. He's given me it's like the Brahmin who Chaitanya Mahaprabhu met, whose guru had told him to read Bhagavad Gita. He was illiterate, so he would just hold it upside down and turn the pages, because he couldn't read, but his guru had done it. And that is a nice ending, but that's another story. So in the same way, how will I do it? I'm an old man, I have no resources. Prabhupada said, Prabhupada saying, himself speaking, I thought as soon as I explained the 4 regulative principles, they would tell me, Swami, go home. He thought they'd just put him back on the boat, send him home, you know? So, it describes that story. Then we go on. So, here's what Prabhupada said. I am the unworthy disciple of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, and he has given me an impossible mission. I'm coming here because Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda used to meet here to plan the Sankirtan movement. I'm praying that they will give me their mercy, empower me, and guide me. I want to satisfy my Guru Maharaj's desire, but I'm feeling very unqualified to do this. Much later, having arrived and succeeded in America, Prabhupada was asked by a reporter, why did you decide to come to America? Prabhupada humbly replied, they asked Prabhupada, why did you come to America? He said, well, some of my godbrothers went to England, and they failed. He said, one of my godbrothers went to Sweden, and he failed. Another one of my godbrothers went to Germany, and he failed. So Prabhupada said, I thought, well, if I'm going to fail, let me at least fail in a new place. That's how, actually, Prabhupada used to, and if you talk to people who lived in India at that time, things would come, they'd get magazines about America, and you'd see, oh, all the streets are lined with gold, and, you know, everybody's happy. It's a miserable place. But so, you know, America, the whole world, after World War II, America stood as Atlas astride the world. And everybody thought, let me go to America. How much time do we have? Okay, because I don't think there's anyone else waiting. When I first went, I was in Vrindavan in 1973. And I wanted to buy a metal loda. You know what? A loda? Everybody know. You know, for drinking water, for baths, you have to have a loda. It's part of life. You know. So I was there, Loy Bazaar. I want to buy a metal loda, and the shopkeeper said there was a metal loda, a nice stainless steel, and I don't know what it was in those days. I was probably getting cheated. It was 40 rupees, let's say. And there was a plastic Daygalo plastic lotus, and they were 60 rupees. I said, well, hang on, mate. Why would I want to buy an inferior product? You know, stainless steel, you put hot milk in it, it tastes great. You put hot milk in plastic, what? You get cancer and it smells horrible, you know? You can't clean it. So I said, why would I pay more for an inferior product? I said, come on, help me out here. The guy said, but it's plastic, like America. I said, trust me, friend, I got plenty of plastic. I don't, you know, America's going to die. It's going to be buried in plastic. But everyone was chasing after America. And Prabhupada, as the Senapata Bhakta, the great general sent by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Prabhupada, and he says it, if I can turn America, I can turn the world. So Prabhupada went into into the lion's den. He walked right into the grip of Maya, New York City, and he turned it around. He made Western Vaishnavas, he brought them back. Nobody could believe it. When Prabhupada, this was also 73. Prabhupada wanted devotees from around the world to come for the Gaur Purnima festival in Mayapur. And we got a letter from Prabhupada's secretary. I was at Temple, little preaching center in Ann Arbor, Michigan. And we got a letter that we were supposed to bring a picture Every temple present was supposed to bring a picture of their temple building. And, very clear instruction, to put all the devotees from that temple building out in front of the building. So there'd be the building and the devotees assembled. So we took our little 12 devotees, we stood out for our little, small house, and, with one bathroom, I remember it well, and we took a snap. And then we were supposed to blow them up, and then when we got to Mayapur, we mounted them. And it was this Prabhupada's direct order, because people were saying, well, I'll say this first. All along, where anyone who's been to Mayapur, there's the main road, then there's the gate, then you walk down to the temple and all that. So there's that. Anyway, now the Temple of Vedic Planetarium is there, but it used to be a long road. The entrance, the driveway into the temple compound. So all along that road were these blow-up signs of all the temples. And it'd say New York City, New York. It'd say, London, England. It'd be Paris, France, South Africa. And they were all lined up. And we saw Prabhupada's godbrothers and the different Gaudiya Vaishnavas, and they were just stunned. It's just like if we saw all of a sudden a spaceship landed here and little green men got out with Kunti Mala and Tilak and they'd come for the Arati. We would like, whoa, because they thought nobody could do it. They thought they will never become Vaishnavas. It's impossible. Lord Brockway, impossible. So they were just stunned. And Prabhupada said what people were saying, that the addresses in Back to Godhead magazine, this is why Prabhupada wanted the picture of the building and the devotees. And because they were saying that the list in Back to Godhead was a fake. That all the lists of the temple, they just made it up because no one will ever. And then they thought, okay, maybe they've got a few temples. So that when they saw they were thinking that we'll just drive around with a group of devotees, 6 or 7 devotees, and have them stand in front of a fancy building, take a snap. Then drive around to another fancy building, take a picture of the same devotees, take a snap, and pretend that they're all temples. So Prabhupada, because you could see, it's a different set of devotees at each place, So just try to understand what an amazing thing and how inconceivable it was. We'll be done in a sec. So, but Prabhupada, although let me fail in a new place, everybody's going, let me fail in America. But actually Prabhupada knew, if I can turn America, because the whole world was chasing America, if I can turn America, then I can turn the world. And guess what? It worked. But Prabhupada was a person. It was not easy. It didn't happen by chance. It wasn't, well, anybody could have come and did it. It's like somebody said it was the right moment. No. Okay. So I say this about the Senapata Bhakta, but again, it was not easy. Gopal Chand Goswami at the Radha, do we have time to tell this? Rupa Goswami, I'll say it this way. Prabhupada got the rooms, was staying at the Radha Damodar temple in Vrindavan. The Gopal Chand, as a young boy, used to be in the court. His family's rooms overlooked the courtyard where Rupa Goswami's samadhi was. And he used to wake up at night and hear someone crying. 1 o'clock at night in the courtyard of the Radha Damodar temple in front of Rupa Goswami's samadhi and Bhajan Kutir. And then he heard it a number of times, snuck out one night, and saw that it was Srila Prabhupada crying and sweeping in front of Rupa Goswami's samadhi. My Guru Maharaj has given me an impossible mission. How will I accomplish it? How will I ever get to the West? Only by your mercy. So that mood, I'm talking about the power of a Vaishnava's tears. That was the name of this article. So the ability to change the entire course of history is what Prabhupada has actually done. It's by the power of his pure devotion. So both collectively, I'm just getting into here because I don't want to take anybody's time, any more time than I have. Both individually and collectively, Prabhupada, by the power of his surrender and tears, he was able to change the course of history.
and then individually, personally, what everyone was, the Gaudiya Vaishnavas and all spiritualists are seeking for. Let me personally have the darshan of Radha and Krishna. Let me leave this world and go to the spiritual world. Let me realize my Leela pastime. Who am I in the spiritual world? All of that, which is the apex of spiritual tradition, Prabhupada accomplished because he simply followed the order of his spiritual master, and he was absorbed in the Sankirtan mission of delivering the conditioned souls. Though that's what's inside ISKCON. There's the famous pastime when they churn the ocean of milk between the demons and the demigods are fighting, and they churn, and so many amazing, the moon comes out, so many, Ayurvata, Indra's elephant, so many amazing things come out of that. ISKCON is similar to that. By churning this, it's just inconceivable what's happening in this movement. So, if we simply participate in the Sankirtan mission, purely and simply, if we just try to deliver these conditioned souls, we will not be the loser. We will be the gainer, greater than those living in Vrindavan, in Radhakund, and trying to perform Nirjan Bhajana. We will reach that fruit. So that's what's in this movement. That's what's in the words of Srila Prabhupada. That's what's in following his orders. Okay, thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Hey, Govind. I was just trying to fill time for this for Arati.
Thank you, Maharaj. Okay.
So what do we do now, Javid? Do we have Kirtan, or we have more people who want to speak? Do these people want to speak? You want to say something? About Prabhupada?
Now the offering to Srila Prabhupada will be made, and then we'll have Pushpanjali. And I think while the offering is going on, we'll have a Kirtan.
Yeah, we can have Kirtan. We need a proper disciple to make the offering.
All right. What is it?
Someone said to have me get a puja tray ready.
Chandala.
Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nivishesha Shunyavadi Paschachadishatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhaktavrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhaktavrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhaktavrinda Yeah, when they do the simultaneous, speaking. Yes, please. Sure, definitely. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya, Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya, Radha Ramana Hare Govinda Jaya Jaya, Radha Ramana Hare Govinda Jaya Jaya. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Lord, Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitya Gaura Hare Ba, Hare Ba, Hare Ba, Nitya Gaura Hare Ba. Nitya Gaura Hare Ba, Hare Ba, Hare Ba, Gaura Hare Ba. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So now we will have a Pushpanjali ceremony, and we're going to hand out all of these flower petals and gather around, and we'll go till 12. We'll have simultaneously Arati. We'll go on, and then we'll have a feast. Go Premanandi Hari Hari. So someone can help with handing all these petals out, and I'll go get the lyrics. These all came out of that box. All these came out of the box. Yeah, okay. All right, everyone come gather in close, because we're going to throw these petals when we get to... Okay. Here we go. Om Agyana Timirandasya Gyananjana Salakaya Chakshu Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Tadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavangscha Shri Rupam Sagujatam Sahagana Raghunathan Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitangscha Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Prachadine Nivishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Iti Namine Shri Varshabhanavi Devi Dahitaya Kripabdaye Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Daine Prabhave Namaha Madhuyojvala Premadhya Shri Rupanuga Bhaktida Shri Gaura Karuna Shakti Vigrahaya Namostute Namaste Gauravani Shri Murtaye Dinatarine Rupanuga Viruddha Apasiddhanta Dvantaharine Namo Gaudakishoraya Sakshad Vairagyamurtaye Vipralambha Prasambhode Padambujaya Te Namaha Namo Bhakti Vinodaya Satchit Ananda Namine Gauda Shakti Swarupaya Rupanuga Parayate Gaura Vibhava Bhumestvam Nirdeshta Sajjanapriyaha Vaishnava Sarvabhauma Shri Jagannathaya Te Namaha Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Namo Mahabadanyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gaura Trishe Namaha Panchatattvatmakam Krishnam Bhaktarupa Swarupakam Bhaktavataram Bhaktakyam Namami Bhakta Shaktikam He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Jayatang Sudatau Pangor Mamamanda Matirgati Matsarvasva Padambhojao Radha Madanamohanao Divyad Vrindaranya Kalpadrumadha Srimad Ratnagara Singhasanastau Srimad Radha Srila Govinda Devao Presthalibhi Sevyamano Smarami Shriman Rasarasarambi Vanchivata Tatastitaha Karshan Venu Svanaya Gopir Gopinatha Shri Estunaha Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasari Go Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. So now we're going to say Srila Prabhupada's Pranam mantras 3 times, and after each time we say, offer 1/3 of your flowers. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Pushpanjali Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Pushpanjali Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Pushpanjali Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Where's Dharma Sedu? Oh, not here. Okay, so now we're going to have a Kirtan, and they'll have the simultaneous Kirtan on the altar. And we need someone to do the puja. And it has to, yeah, the petals need to be swept up also. Dharma went in the back, huh? My voice make you out. He's going to do the Arati. Who will offer it? Oh, everybody. Everybody. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya 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 Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. My voice is gone. You're the only one else who can do this Kirtan. You should probably have it. Please. Is Gurupuja? The regular Gurupuja? Perfect. What do we see?
When will we get a garland? Dharma, what's the plan for the garland? Now, as Paul to choose devotees, he's handing it out. Balaram is taking them
Hare
off.
Krishna.
And who's responsible for when Prabhupada gets buried? For tossing. All right, we're in good shape.
You're leading the Kirtan, right, Bob? I'll choose you.
Davanavadida Loka Janaya Karinda Ganaganatham Santara Davanavadida Loka Janaya Karinda Ganaganatham Santara Davanavadida Loka Janaya Karina Ganaganatham Santara Davanavadida Loka Janaya Karina Ganaganatham Bhakta Sikarana Sanadavasya Vande Gurasri Charanaravinda Bhakta Sikarana Sanadavasya Vande Gurasri Charanaravinda Mahaprabhu Kirtananita Gita Varitya Madhyam Manasarasena Mahaprabhu Kirtananita Gita Varitya Madhyam Manasarasena Bhavantam Pati Tarangavaja Vande Gurashri Charanaravinda Mamachatam Bhakti Tarangavaja Vande Gurashri Charanaravinda Shri Vigraha Dharanita
Chanana Singalatan Mandira Madhurado Sivigraharadhanityanana Singalatan Mandira Madhurado Ilkatya Bhakta Sanidindakapi Vande Gurati Saranadavinda Ilkatya Bhakta Sanidindakapi Vande Gurati Saranadavinda Tadirati Bhagavata Sado Swarana Kirtan Hare Bhakta Sana Tadirati Bhagavata Sada Swarana Kirtan Hare Bhakta Sana Kriteva Kirtan Bhagavata Sadeva Vande Gurati Saranadavinda Kriteva Kirtan Bhagavata Sadeva Vande Gurati Saranadavinda Shiradika Madhavayara Para Madhurya Leela Gunarupananda Shiradika Madhavayara Para Madhurya Leela Gunarupananda Patichanatva Janalagapatya Vande Gurati Saranadavinda Patichanatva Janalagapatya Vande Gurati Saranadavinda Nikundayana Ratikerisidhaye Jaya Vadidukira Pekuniya Nikundayana Ratikerisidhaye Jaya Vadidukira Pekuniya Tatati Daksha Gativalavakya Vande Gurati Saranadavinda Aditi Daksha Gativalavakya Vande Gurati Saranadavinda Saksad Hari Srinasamaksasate Ukkataka Bhavyateva Sati Sattadhari Tena Samasasati Ukkataka Bhavyateva Sati Kintu Prabhaya Priya Eva Satya Sati Priya Eva Satya Vande Gurati Saranadavinda Satya Vande Gurati Saranadavinda Yatsa Prasadat Bhagavat Prasadat Yasya Prasada Nagati Kudoki Yasya Prasada Bhagavat Prasada Yasya Prasada Nagati Kudoki Jayam Shubham Satya Yasya Satyam Vande Gurati Saranadavindam Jayam Shubham Satya Yashasri Sandyam Vande Gurati Saranadavindam Saranadavindam Kevala Bhakti Pradma Charana Padma Kevala Bhakti Pradma Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakti Pradma Kevala Bhakti Pradma Vandamuita Badana Mate Vandamuita Badana Mate Krishna Prabhu Haya Hate Haya Hate Krishna Prabhu Haya Hate Prabhu Haya Padmabhakya Chitte Gauranga Gurumukha Padmabhakya Chitte Gauranga Gurumukha Padmabhakya Chitte Gauranga Bhagavakya Chitte Gauranga Arnakari Hamane Acha Arnakari Hamane Acha Arnakari Hamane Acha Aranakari Ramane Ata Shri Guru Charane Rati Ete Uttamagati Shri Guru Charane Rati Ete Uttamagati Shri Guru Charane Rati Ete Uttamagati Rati Ete Uttamagati Ke Prasade Pure Sarva Atta Ke Pure Sarva Prasade Pure Java Acha Prasade Pure Java Jacirane Virate Jande Jande Prabhute Virate Jacirane Virate Jande Jande Prabhute Jagirane Prakatita
Vivekandere Prakatita Pranabhakti ahate avidya vinasayate Pranabhakti ahate avidya vinasayate Vivekana haratarita haratarita Vivekaya haratarita haratarita Guru Karana Sindhu Haramadinara Bandhu Guru Karana Sindhu Haramadinara Bandhu Bhaganath Lokara Divada Bhaganath Lokara Divada Prabhu Kirtan se hamare parataya Prabhu Kirtan se hamare parataya Ede aati dete devada Dete devada Ede aati dete devada Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Gurudev, 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 Gurudev. Srila Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jago Haribo, 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 Haribo. Jago Haribo, 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 Haribo.
Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nivashesha Shunyavadi Askachari Shatarine Namaste Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Haraya Nama Krishna Yadavaya Nama Hari Haraya Nama Krishna Yadavaya Nama Gopa Govinda Ram Simarusudan Gopa Govinda Ram Simarusudan Girirari Gopinath Madana Mohan Girirari Gopinath Madana Mohan Chaitanya Nityananda Sri Advaita Sita Chaitanya Nityananda Sri Advaita Sita Hare Guru Vaishnava Bhagavata Gita Hare Guru Vaishnava Bhagavata Gita Tirupati Sanatan Bhatta Raghuna Tirupati Sanatan Bhatta Raghuna Jiva Gopala Bhatta Dasa Raghuna Jiva Gopala Bhatta Dasa Raghuna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Jaya Radha Giri Dari Radha Giri Dari Radhe Jaya Radha Giri Dari Radha Giri Dari Radhe Jaya Radha Giri Dari Radha Giri Dari Radhe Jaya Radhe Radhe Radha Giridhare 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 Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jai Prabhupada Jai Jai Prabhupada 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 Jai Prabhupada Jai Jai Prabhupada 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 Jai Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Jai Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jai Prabhupada 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 Srila Prabhupada ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Savior of the whole world, Srila Prabhupada ki, Go Paramanande.